I feel like Aerosmith, baby. I'm back. We're back in the saddle again here at Horse Racing Radar with the live Monmouth contest. For those of you like Aerosmith, I apologize for that impersonation. Right now we have about 120 contestants. I'd imagine that number will grow as we head into the contest. It is kind of early in the morning for one of these things, 11 a.m. my time. 9 a.m. out on the West Coast. Not even sure if Terry's up and out of bed yet. I'm sure he is, but the West Coasters got to get up bright and early. And here we are back at Monmouth. No whip, no Lasix, no problems, right? Last time we were here, afterwards, it was a rough day. The horses kind of wandering around the track. And when it was over, it was kind of like a night the day after too much drinking. I swore, I'm never going to go back to that track again. Well, here we are. Race number one is a mile and a 16th on the turf. It's kind of interesting. So the last time we were here, like I said, no whip, no Lasix for some of the stakes races and so forth. And I just said, I'm not going to have that again. So I went back and I downloaded the winners for every single race at Monmouth to get a kind of sense of what a race shape looks like at Monmouth. And I walked away with, so looking at this particular race, mile and a 16th, they don't run that many at a mile and a 16th on the turf here. But from what I have seen at a mile is that you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 60% of the horses have run within the first four at the quarter pole. But by the time they hit the half mile marker, they kind of move back a little bit. So I think we're looking for really mid-paced runners, not horses that are up on the lead, but maybe those running second through fourth. That might be the way to go. And then, of course, you're going to want horses that have some kick at the end because there isn't any urging. You can't whip. So I would imagine some jockeys won't even have a whip in their hand because they don't want to risk getting any sort of fine or penalty. So looking at the early pace, I've put together some pace projections. We have the 2 as your leader, followed by the 9. Those 2 should get out fairly aggressively from the rest of the pack, maybe a horse length and a half between the 2 of them, and then the rest. And the 6, the 8, the 3, the 7, and the 5 should bunch up with the 4 kind of trailing the field at the end. In the late pace, the horses that should be coming the hardest, the latest, the 3 looks like he's got the most late pace, got the strongest late legs. The 5, the 7, the 6, and the 8 in that order. That's why they're out of order. Look like they have the next best late run. So keep an eye on those. And then the 2, the 7, and the 9 are horses that could, the 2, the 4, and the 9, excuse me, my own handwriting. They always told me I should have been a doctor because my handwriting's so bad. And doctors supposedly have bad handwriting. At least most of the doctors I've seen try to read a prescription. So the turf is firm. So we don't have to look for horses that really run from off the off turf or a good surface or a soft or yielding surface like we do in Europe. So we're going to be focused on some firm horses here. And let's take a quick run down the card real fast to see what we like. We'll start with number 1. That is It's Mandatory. Horse has 3 consecutive speed increases. I think that's a positive and a negative. Again, that seems to be the cutoff mark where horses can improve 4th time in a row, but it's also a place where they can step back fairly aggressively. You have a very solid jockey and trainer combination, something we like there with the 1. Number 2 is Queen Braun Bay. Has some of the fastest opening quarter fractions out of any of the horses in their last 10 races. Solid jockey, one of the top 3 morning line favorites right now. Number 3 is Wild Banker. You have to forgive me because I can't really see my own computer. My eyes are really bad. It's 1 of 2 horses in the field that are dropping. I did finish in the top 3 last time out. Number 4 is Andres Conquest. Odds of 30-1. Has only 1 quality start. That's not something we like to see. Stepping up in class. Probably a horse that we'd pass on. Number 5, Wolf in Hockey. Horse is 20-1 odds in the morning line. Right now, 3 quality starts. Is dropping in class. It's probably about the best that I have to say for that horse. Number 6 is Trapeze Artist, morning line 8-1. Horse has 4 quality starts in the last 10 races, moving up in class. Did finish in the top 3 last time out, which is a positive, and it's coming right back. So it's been off less than 20 days with one of the top last race speed figures, and did win the last ranked race by more than a length. So that's something we like to see. Usually a big race is followed by another big race. Number 7, Eagerly, again, another horse that was in the top in terms of last race speed figure, one of the top 3 in the field, does have the top pedigree for the distance and the surface. So it's another horse that we expect will do pretty well. It did increase its speed ratings 3 races in a row too. So a little concern that you might get the bounce one way or the other. That's the big concern with 3 consecutive speed increases in a row. Number 8, Takafumi. Horse has put together 5 quality starts, stepping up in price. Does have some of the opening fractions that would put the horse potentially close to the front, and a solid trainer here. And finally, the favorite, number 9, Assiduously, is a horse that did have a top 3 finish last time out, one of the best speed figures in the group, and again, one of the strongest jockey trainer combinations in the field. So how are we going to break down this race? What's the way we're going to put them on the board? I'm going to go away from the favorite right here. The favorite right now is 1-1. I have a really hard time betting 1-1s, to be honest with you, because in horse racing, I found that I have a lot more success taking value. I'm going to go away from number 9 and go with number 7, Eagerly, as my top pick. 1-for-1 across the Monmouth course. That was during the current no whip rules, so you know the horse can handle it. Did show some good closing at a mile and a 16th. This is the second start off a layoff. Yeah, kind of a mixed bag on that second start off of a layoff. At the distance, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. So I'm going to go 7, 9, 3, and 2. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your picks in the contest. And of course, good luck at the track. A dozen people were on the 2 in the contest. And then a whole host of folks again on the 7 for the second place horse eagerly. I think that race is a case in point where the whip, I think, may have made a difference for the 7 horse. You could see the jockey kind of had to try to straighten him out a little bit in the stretch, maybe lost a little momentum, and then had absolutely no means by which to get him to go again. Gave the 2 everything that he needed to run on by for the win. So that books the first race. The next race is 6 furlongs on the dirt. There's a bunch of races so far at 6 furlongs on the dirt at Monmouth, and we have some really good insights on that as we prepare for race 2 when we come back. If you're looking at the contest, one of the things you see up in the corner is your coins. If you go ahead on over there and you click on your coins, let me bring that screen up so you can see. Over here in the right-hand column, you can use these coins in a lot of different ways. One of the ways you can do it is challenge another user. So if there's somebody in the contest that you just want to take on head-to-head, steal some of their coins, or at least win some of their coins, make sure you go over and do that. At the same time, if there's somebody who's really, always near the top of the leaderboard, a name that you see frequently, and you want to kind of see who that person's picking, you can sneak a peek. That allows for you to see who they're picking. And then somewhere down the line, I suspect there'll be other uses for your radar coins. Maybe you'll be able to get yourself a nice horse racing radar shirt like me. If you want one, they're really nice quality, great golf shirts if you play golf or you just want to go out and have a nice, comfortable shirt that looks good with a logo that nobody's familiar with. Well, not nobody, but a different, not as popular as, say, Nike. Head on over to Horse Racing Radar Facebook. You'll see our shop right there. Get a nice ball cap, get a nice shirt matching. So next time you go out to play golf with your buddies, you're color coordinated. You can wear red on Saturday or Sunday like Tiger. We'll be back 10 minutes to post for race number 2. Look forward to sharing some of those insights with you. As promised, let's get cracking on race number 2. It is 6 furlongs on the main track. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of races at 6 furlongs. It's probably the most popular race at Monmouth Park. And looking back at all of the races, all of the winners throughout the entirety of the Monmouth meet, we find, again, some interesting angles in terms of race setup. And that's that more than half of the winners were either first or second at the quarter-mile marker. If you extend it out to third, more than 2/3 of the winners were first, second, or third at the quarter-mile marker. And if you extend it out to fourth, over almost 90% of all winners were within the first 4 at the quarter-mile marker. So clearly, having some early speed is an advantage at Monmouth, 6 furlongs on the main course. So as we look at the pace setup, looks to me like the 2, Sneakiness, and the 3, Powerfully Built, are the 2 that are likely to get out to the front and have everybody else kind of try to chase them down. The 6, the 7, and the 4 will probably be in that second pack, followed by the 8 and the 5 in the back. As they come home, the horses that should have the best kick, because we saw the 2 last time out, was kind of in the middle of the pack, then made that nice strong run home. The late pace figures belong to the 8 and the 6. They should be the fastest of the 2 coming, as long as the 8's not too far back. Might be able to factor into the back half of the exacta or trifecta. The 6 horse, which should be in that second pack, has some good kick too, followed by the 2, the 7, the 3, and the 5 and the 4 will be struggling late. If you're a speed player, like speed figure player, I know when we had David Aragona on the Player's Edge podcast, this week we had JJ Heisalon talked a little bit about the United Nations, the Molly Pitcher Stakes, and the Haskell. Make sure you go check that out. She had some pretty good insights, some nice quotes from the trainers. You still have plenty of time to watch that. You can find that on Horse Racing Radar, or you can listen to it wherever you listen to your favorite podcast. Wherever you do, if you watch it on YouTube, you look at it on a podcast, Apple, Stitcher, wherever it is. Yeah, if you'd kindly give us your thoughts in a rating, we would greatly appreciate that. It helps everybody in terms of their Google rankings and their Apple rankings, which is important. But if you are a speed player, then the ranks, according to the way I do it, is 2, 6, 7, 3, 8, 4, 5. That's how they would line up at the end of the race. If the speed figures, according to the way I do it in my proprietary manner, my secret Big Mac sauce way of handicapping, they should line up. So let's get started with the field. The 1 is scratch. Number 2 is Sneakiness. That is the favorite right now at 8-5. This horse has the top pedigree for the distance. Last time out, won at Monmouth without the whip. Improved from the previous race at Monmouth, where it finished third by a length. So this horse is getting, it looks like the horse is getting better. Fractions on the 6 furlong time in the mud were faster than the 6 furlong time on a fast track. That indicates to me this is a horse that's improving. So I would definitely take a look at that. You got a great jockey combination of Jose Delgado, who's winning at 40%. Paco Lopez clicking home at about 25%. So that's about as sturdy as a trainer-jockey combo as you're going to see. The number 3 horse is Powerfully Built. This horse is finished second last time out. Hasn't really run that many quality races. Looking at it, that second last time out was a well-beaten 3.5 lengths. So if there were some better horses in that field, maybe that horse would have maybe not finished second by 3 3/4 lengths. It's borderline quality race. Did bobble at the break. So maybe you'll see a little bit of improvement there. The horse does have, again, a solid jockey, Jose Ferrer, Rory Hudson combination. It's okay. The 2 have won at about 22% together. Only raced 9 times, so really not a big sample size to choose from. The 4 horse is Candy Cane Lane, long shot. Right now, the 4 horse is 22-1. It is the longest shot on the board. It's a horse that, coming off of a long layoff, hasn't run since last September. Looking at the workouts, nothing special in the workouts that I see that pops out to tell me that the horse is going to come flying out of the gates. However, it has run well at Monmouth. That's under the old rules with 3 wins, a second, and a third. I'm not so sure that you can apply any of that to 2021. Guitar Slim, the 5 horse, Looking at a horse that, again, you got a decent jockey trainer combination here. Trainer Jose Camejo has won at 31%. That's sparkling, of course. Gerardo Corrales has won at 15%. It's a pretty decent number. 16 is probably like the number and above where you start to see higher win rates in terms of mass quantities of races. So if you kind of look back and you're looking for like that mark, that X marks the spot, 16% and above is about where I would be looking at for jockeys to have a sense of a disproportionate number of wins. If that makes any sense. I don't know. I kind of convoluted that one up a little bit. Win ya in. That's going to be the case today in the Haskell, winning you in the Breeders' Cup Classic. But the number 6 horse here, winning you're in, is a horse that is also making a first start off a little bit of a layoff. The horse has run fresh, some decent results last time out. A second prior to that ran 7th by 7.5 lengths. Don't like that at all. Workouts are blah to bad. Not something that I'm usually interested in. The horse is taking a very small drop in class. Last time out ran for a purse of $62,000. This time it's running for $60,000. So really not that big of a deal. And then jockey again, trainer again, Jose Camejo, again, big winner. Maybe his other horse might be a little better candidate. Speeding Kiss, number 7, is a horse that is making its second start off a layoff. Last time out showed some really good run late at Monmouth without the whip. So that's something that I find encouraging. Absolutely. Horse that ran on its own without any urging. Second trip off a layoff. Previous second trips were about the same as the first, although last time out he did pop his second best spade figure ever. So if there's any improvement from Speeding Kiss, you might find a horse that can maybe pop into there, maybe fill out the exactas and the trifectas, maybe even sneak in and win. Didn't do too badly. Finally, we wrap up the field with number 8, Weld. Weld is 20-1, the second longest shot on the board. 3 consecutive speed increases. Again, we talked about that. It is coming in from Tampa. And the last time we did this show, one of the angles that seemed to work, and I think maybe it has to do with proximity to the shoreline. I can't really think of any other reason. I'm sure trainers out there know, and if anybody listening please chime in on the comment section. If you have any comments, let us know. We certainly appreciate them. But in any case, coming in from Tampa, that Tampa to Monmouth angle worked really well the last time we were here. All right, time for my picks. I don't see anybody beating the 2-horse, so I am going to go with the favorite, and I'm going to go 2, 6, 7, and 3. Again, that's 2, 6, 7, and 3. Good luck with your picks, and we will see you when it goes official. Well, that played out just like the bias report that we started off with said it might. The 3 horse got out to the lead. The 2 horse was not right behind, but tried to make up some ground there a little bit. Again, another one whose head kind of turned sideways and with a little bit of urging might have performed better. I don't know that he would have gotten to the 3, the 7. We had the 3 as our 4th pick. Maybe it should have made him my first pick or second pick, right? But still, nonetheless, had the top 4 horses, just not necessarily in the top in the right order. But that's the way it goes. Our second pick finished. Our first pick finished second for the second race in a row. And 2 weeks ago at Belmont, I had that phenomenon where every horse I picked for whatever reason decided it wanted to finish second place. So whatever I pick again, it looks like today, folks, just go ahead and all in front of it and put the 2 behind it. Then you're going to have yourself an exacta for sure. So far, Joe Handicapper is the only person to be 2 for 2. Then you have a handful of people. The next 9 are tied at 8 points. And then you have a slew of people at 6 points, including myself, because of all of my second place picks. That's why you come, right, for second place picks. Next race is 5.5 furlongs on the turf. It's the first of the stakes races on the card. The 3 horses scratched. We'll be back 10 minutes to post to talk about some of the biases that we see here. And with the Haskell coming up, if you haven't done so already, you can head on over to betus.com, open up an account, use the code HHR or GTS, get yourself 125% deposit bonus and a free play. That'll help you build your bankroll, no matter if your horse finishes second like mine. Well, we're going to try to get some winners. The favorite in the next race looks like, he's going to be a heavy favorite, probably tough to beat. Maybe we'll finally pick a winner, but picking a 1 to 5 winner, you don't need me for that. Anyway, we'll see you 10 minutes to post. Race number 3, the first of the 6 stakes races on the Monmouth card today. 5.5 furlongs on the turf for the Wolf Hill Stakes, $100,000 in prize money on the line. Again, this is a horse race that we've got some look back on every winter. You know, I hate to look stupid, which is not hard for me to do sometimes, but I do try to look back whenever I have a lack of success doing something. It's kind of a weird part of my personality. And I try to figure out what went wrong. So again, I went back and looked back at every single race at Monmouth, every single winner, to kind of get a sense of how these races might lay out. So 5.5 furlongs on the turf. There has again been a speed bias. About a third of the winners so far, and it's been a limited number of races, but about a third of the winners went wire to wire. So get out to the front and you got a pretty good chance to get right on into the winner's circle. If you look at beyond the one horse, about 75% of the winners have come from the first 3 to reach the first call or the quarter mile marker. The weird thing is being third is actually better than being second. So it looks like to me, the way the race shape plays out is the speed horse gets to the lead. The second horse that follows it might not be the co-pilot, might not have the wind to keep up with the speed horse, and then fades a touch. And then the horse that kind of is a little bit more patient, moves in right behind the leaders, sometimes struggling for words, what you want to say. It's not scripted. Sometimes that third horse then gets by the second horse. So speed is the way. You got to have fast horses. Looking at the pace play out, you're going to have the one. It looks like it's going to be the critical way. It's a 1-9 favorite. I mean, from a contest standpoint, you almost have to take the one because everybody else is going to. And if it wins, you're going to lose points. But on the other hand, if the one doesn't win, it is horse racing, then you're going to gain points, right? So it might not be a bad idea if you feel like you're too far behind already to play against the one and maybe hope that your horse comes in second so you don't lose that many points. In the event he wins, you make some ground up on the one. Behind the one should be the 7 and the 6. They'll be tightly contested. And then I have unknown caller, fans calling already. Probably somebody wants me to pay a bill. The rest of the field should be kind of tightly mixed, but I think the 7 and the 6 will separate from the 2, the 5 and the 4. The 3 is scratched. And then on the late pace, you have the 5, the 2, and the 1. If the 5 and the 2, which should be closer to the back, can actually be within striking distance, followed by the 1, the 6, the 7, and the 4. If you're a speed rating player, the horses rank out 1. It's a clear speed ranking advantage over the rest. The 2, the 7, and the 6 are clumped together, and then the 5 and the 4. So let's take a look at the field, see what we like. If there is anybody who can beat the critical way, probably not. But so the critical way is the one horse won the 9, highest last race speed figure, won the last race by 3 lengths. Like to see that. That was on Monmouth without the benefit of a whip. Showed some really nice runoff at the end of that race. 1 win and a second and 2 runs at Monmouth. Has hit the board in 11 of 15 at the distance. Clearly strong jockey trainer combo on Paco Lopez and Jose Delgado. Clearly the horse to beat. The 2 horse Mojo-Vation. Horse has done okay. This is the 3rd start off a layoff. Horse doesn't really make it that often for a 3-race cycle, so it's kind of hard to get a read on what it might do in the 3rd race. But it's the first start with trainer Jeremiah Engelhart after being claimed or transferred Barnes. And new horses with Engelhart win at about 24% in 90 races. So you got a pretty good data set there. Tyler Gaffalione, good solid jockey on the 2 horse. Mojo-Vation had one of the top speed figures last time out, but I don't like the fact that it faded and the fact that when you look at the past performance lines, instead of the numbers dropping, they kind of flattened out. So if Mojo-Vation can improve, maybe can be a factor. Probably no chance to win. 3 horse, I Got a Rock, is got himself on the sidelines. Number 4 is Cajun Casanova. Cajun Casanova is making its 3rd start off of the bench. Again, a first-time starter for Jose Delgado after a claim and from talking with trainers like Robertino Diodoro and others, they've all mentioned that when they claim horses, owners as well, when they claim horses, they have a specific race in mind. So maybe Jose Delgado had this race in mind. Horses run over the Monmouth course twice and has nothing to show for it. 6 times at the distance, two wins in a second, and 3 tries. Last time out, faded badly. Hasn't run a quality start in 5 races. So maybe Jose Delgado has the special formula, or however it is, the training regiment that Cajun Casanova likes. I want to see it before I go ahead and back the 4. Number 5, the Connector. Should be one of the fastest horses coming late. Has shown some speed in the past early on, so a horse can maybe get out to the front and challenge the one horse. Has won more than 40% of its races, 7 out of 17. That's a pretty good sign. It's pretty much an all or nothing horse, only a second, 2/3 behind that with the 5 horse, the Connector. And again, you got a pretty good jockey trainer combination. Mark Hoffman winning at about 18%. Off the track, Ronald Allen Jr. Is winning. He hasn't raced here at Hawthorne. I was going to say the Haskell Hawthorne, trying to say Monmouth all at the same time. Too many words, too many thoughts, all combining in my brain at the same time. Fox Rocks, the 6 horse, is a horse that also has shown some speed in the past, has some of the top last race speed figures, making the 3rd start off a layoff. Last time out, unlike the 2 horse that we talked about, where you can see a step up in performance from one past performance line to the next. Last time out at the first time off the bench, he was 5th at the first call, 3rd last time out. At the second call, he was 5th. Last time out, he was 3rd. First time out, 6th in the stretch. Last time out, 2nd. So you can see the horses ascending up the performance ladder. That's what I like to see. The horses won 4 out of 9 at the distance. And right now, the horse is 21-1. So there's some value at 21-1. That's mostly indicative of all the money going in on the one horse, because 21-1 is actually the 4th favorite. So it's kind of funny. Finally, ready for prime time. The 7 horse is the only horse in the field that's actually dropping in class. Last time out, ran for a purse of $150,000. Today, running for $100,000. Does have some of the fastest opening fractions for some of the horses in the field. That should help him. Second start off a layoff is typically pretty much in line with the first start off a layoff. So I would hope that you'd see some improvement, though, at least in those past performance lines, and the horse make a solid step forward. A winner 4 out of 7 at the distance. Now it's time to go ahead and make my picks. I think it's pretty obvious for the contest who's going to win. But for betting, I think you got to try to bet away from the 1. Maybe find some value. For me personally, it's usually a skip race or a backdoor exacta race. If I were to backdoor exacta it, I would probably go 6-7-2 over the 1, hoping that the 1 stumbles or something happens there. But for the contest, I'm going to go 1 with the 6, the 7, and the 2. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. And of course, good luck with your bets. It looks to me like we have Joe Handicapper um, running away with the contest. No, just kidding. He's 3 for 3 to get started, which is pretty positive for Joe Handicapper. And then Keith, John Laverne, Jan Looney, Papa Congo, Doug Hammonds, B. Pietz, and Norman Slominski at 13 points, just 2 points behind, and then another 11 people at 11. So you got some numerology there with all the third place people. Ryan Mailer wants to know if we'll be showing the races or commenting on it. We are commenting on the races, Ryan. Thanks for joining us. Just we comment on them 10 minutes before post, run through some of the track biases at Monmouth because they're not using the whip, and some of the stakes races don't have Lasix. We then talk a little bit about which horses have the early pace, which horses have the late pace. If you like speed figures, which horses post the best speed numbers overall. And then we go ahead and make our picks, Ryan. So, yes, make sure you tune in about 10 minutes to post, and we'll cover all of that. As expected in that race, one horse won the 9, got out, won the race. No big deal there. Unfortunately, none of the other horses could really had anything for the critical way. We're going to be back 10 minutes to post, Ryan, for race number 4. It's again 6 furlongs on the dirt. We have some very strong trends there. We went over them again prior to the first race at 6 furlongs. But for those of you who are just joining the broadcast, we'll go over them once again real quickly. And then we'll get into which horses have the best early pace, late pace, speed figures, who we personally like for the contest. And then we'll see how they line up when it goes official. See you 10 minutes to post. Tell you, I feel like it just goes like that. Like I don't get a chance to even shut up or swallow. So we're off to race number 4. It's a 6 furlong race on the main track. Again, we talked a little bit before about the bias here at Monmouth Park for 6 furlongs on the main track since they've moved to these no whip rules in 2021. Just a quick to reiterate what we found. Approximately half of the horses were first or second, a little bit more than half actually, were first or second at the quarter-mile marker. If you look at the first 3, about 2/3 of all the winners were first, second, or third at the quarter-mile marker. And if you include the first 4, the number of winners in all of the races at 6 furlongs on the dirt was pretty close to 90%. So you want your horses to get out of the gate in a hurry. That is the plan. So let's see what the early pace looks like. The 2-horse, the favorite right now, even money, although I think that that's a little bit overpriced. An underlay, as they would say. Very vulnerable favorite, in my opinion. But the 2, the 1, the 9, the 5, and the 7, it should be pretty competitive up on the front to see which one of those gets the lead. And then the 10, the 4, and the 8 will be trailing behind. So the majority of the field, I suspect you'll see close to the front. A lot of the horses will push for the lead. As for how they'll come home, the 9, the 4, and the 1 have the best late pace figures. The 10 and the 8 are in a group right behind that. And then everybody else bunches up behind with the 7, the 5, the 2, the 3, and the 6. But late pace really hasn't been an issue so far today. We've seen, as Matt Carruthers told us when he was on the Players Edge podcast, when you have these big weekend races like the Haskell, the Kentucky Derby, the Breeders' Cup, on and on and on, they tend to soup up the tracks, which favors speed. And most folks know that American horse racing is speed dominated. So not a surprise that you're going to see speed hold up on a day like today at Monmouth Park. As far as speed players, if you're a speed ranking player, the way the horses rank out are the 9, the 5, the 7, the 1, the 4, the 6, the 3, the 8, and then the 2. So the 2-horse not showing, and probably that's a function of its last race when the horse really kind of backed up late. The first race was better than the second race. However, you still have to take into account what you saw in the second race. So let's go ahead and take a look at the horses in the field. Number 1, what a guy. It has it's one of the 3 morning line favorites, Riding the Rail, which is hitting at a pretty hefty 24%. Making the second career start for trainer Kelly Breen, and Kelly wins at approximately 28%. It's a high win rate for horses coming in on a second start. Showed some speed early, then faded, so hopefully the 1 horse will have a little bit more stamina. It's almost a case where I would have liked to seen some Lasix for this horse. I feel like that could make a difference, give it the stamina that it needs to go ahead and finish that out. It's a great angle, early speed fade, next race Lasix. It wins quite a bit. Number 2, again, it's the favorite right now, Mo Mischief. It's 1-1 on the board. Todd Pletcher put this horse on the shelf after running last August. It is getting Lasix for the first time. In its second race off the start, it started a little bit off the gate and then just went straight backwards. In its debut, took the lead or was second early, close to the pace, and then faded. So the Lasix should be helpful here. It is a 24% winner for Todd Pletcher. The workouts, however, when I'm looking at the workouts, I'm not seeing something I like. The horse has been the favorite twice already, finished second the first time and 7th. The second time around was dead last by 17 lengths. A lot of hopes for this $500,000 horse, but so far hasn't lived up to him. Not a big fan of horses that like to get beaten at favorites. They're herd animals. Sometimes some of them just don't like to be first. It's just the way it goes. Number 3 is a first-time starter. Right now, the horse is 6-1, so it is taking some action. But as I look at the horses between the 3 and the 6, you have first-time starters versus experienced horses. You have to kind of make a decision between the 2. I'm going to go with the experienced horses, and I like the 6 workouts better than the 3. Number 4, Stratofortress, horse that's making its 3rd start off a break, moving from turf to dirt. That's an angle that doesn't necessarily work for the trainer. The horse it does have some decent breeding for the surface and distance. Workouts are just, I'm going to pass on the 4 altogether. Number 5 horse is We Ready. It's a horse that is making, I don't know, like its 9th consecutive start without a break. Looks like a horse that needs some rest to me. Did run its best race last time out, but 8 races, only a second and a third. I don't know how this horse is going to respond with any urging. I'm going to pass on that horse as well. The 6 horse is the other first-time starter. As I mentioned, I like the 6's workouts better than I like the 4's. The 6 is right now a 22-1 horse. Odds went straight up. So maybe the bettors on the ground know something about the 3 that aren't reflected in its workouts. But personally, from what I have, the data that's accessible to me, I like the workouts much better on the 6. Clemenza, the 7 horse, is runs some of the fastest early fractions. The horse has finished in the money 3 out of 6 times. Has some of the fastest early fractions, as I mentioned, is making the first start after a slight rest. Has a trip over Monmouth without the whip last time out. Ran a pretty good race, one of its better races. Got off to a decent start, kind of faded a little bit at the end. So I would expect that you're going to see some good work. We think the 7 horse will be close to the front of the pace, and I'm expecting to see something positive out of the 7 after a little rest. Number 8, Ghost Conqueror. Probably works with Bill Murray and Chevy Chase and others. Ghost Conqueror last time out, well, every time out, hasn't been within 12 lengths of the leader. I see no reason why it will be within 11 lengths of the leader this time at all. The number 9, Not a Postino. I guess to take off the Il Postino movie. See, I do have a little bit of culture. This horse is coming back after a very short rest last time out, June 27th. Ran a very strong number at Monmouth without the whip. Was claimed by Albert Plaza. And as I've mentioned, trainers tend to target specific races after they claim or before they claim a horse. This is a horse that they've claimed. Paco Lopez, again, great jockey in the irons. This is a horse I expect 2 races over Monmouth, both without the whip, 2 seconds. I'm looking for improvement here. And hopefully maybe the winner. Hint. Number last, Comedic Timing. That's everything. Unfortunately, this horse lacks much of anything, but does post some of the best pedigree numbers for the field. But obviously, bettors aren't buying it because he's going off at 27-1 right now. Now it's time to make my picks. I know that the 2 horse is the heavy favorite. I think the 2 horse is vulnerable. Twice beaten favorite. It's got to show me that it can get the job done as the favorite. I guess it hasn't to date. So I'm going to go 9, 7, 2, and 6. That's how I'm laying them out in the contest and in my bets. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Until then, good luck with your bets. Well, the first time starter gets the job done. And as we noted on the commentary, it looked like the people on the ground knew a little bit of something about that three horse, got a little bit of action, was definitely better and harder than the six horse was. As for the objection, the inquiry, I didn't think that they were going to change it. It may have been different had the seven passed the two, but with the two hanging on for second, the order of that race was not affected at all, in my opinion. The three horse was going to win that race no matter what. But had the seven passed the two, then they may have moved the three down behind the two. So fortunately for the people who are backing the three, the seven didn't get to second, and they managed to stay the way they were. They lined up 3-2-7. And now we're going to move on to race number 5. It should be a pretty solid race, a mile and an eighth on the turf. But if you see on the screen, there's a lot of rain coming down. So I'm not quite sure what they're going to do with the turf races yet. It'll be interesting to see if they move the races off the turf, what that does in terms of scratches and so forth. I imagine if it continues to rain, turf races in the later part of the day might get moved to the dirt, which would make things no whip, no Lasix, no turf, sloppy on the mud. It really would make handicapping a fun adventure for the rest of the afternoon with a full card of racing left at Monmouth Park. All right, we'll see you 10 minutes to post to race number 5. Race number 5, the second of the stakes races with at least 100 grand on the prize money. This is a mile and an eighth on the turf, which is kind of interesting because if you can look over here, you can see the track layout. They're going to start halfway through the turn, the backside turn. It means they're going to make 2.5 turns around the track. So that should be an interesting challenge for horses. I mean, sometimes horses struggle going from one turn to two turns. Kind of wonder how they're going to do in 2.5 turns. It makes for an interesting handicapping, because again, you got some of these issues with the whip. I know Gary Fitzpatrick commented in the comments page for the contest that he feels like the whip is the no whip rule actually hurts in his opinion. And then Scott Brown says he's been done with the contest for a while, to give him a fork, put a fork in him. Someone order that man some pizza. But there's still plenty of money to be made, Scott, on some of these races. So maybe you're not going to win the contest, but let's see if we can maybe cash a few tickets along the way. That will be bigger than the contest winning, which always feels a little bit better anyway than taking a look at the contest itself. But it's fun to win the contest, right? Makes you feel like you should have a WWE belt. That's for sure. Looking at this race, it's a mile and an eighth, as I mentioned, on the turf, 2.5 turns. They haven't run very many at the distance during the current meet. I think one, maybe two. So I took a look at all the races that were a mile and a 16th, which is a common distance for the race, and the 1 or 2 at a mile and an eighth to get a sense of what the race shape has looked like in the non-whip era. So far, what I've seen is about half of the horses that won were on the lead. So they got out to the front and they stayed on the lead all the way around. Interestingly, horses that were second or third really didn't do that well. I think there was one horse that came from off the pace, came from co-pilot status or co-pilot status. I don't know what you would call that, alternative pilot. My brother's a pilot. I can ask him what the third pilot is called. But the rest of the horses came in to win were either fourth or out. So it's either be in the front or be closer to the back. So sort of a barbell. The last place you want to be is in the middle. So looking at the early pace, looks to me like the 5, Juliet Foxtrot, and the 4 are going to get out to the lead first. So you're talking about 5, Juliet Foxtrot, and 4, No Mercy Percy, the long shot. And then you're going to have the 6, the 1, and the 7 right behind them. If you're looking for horses that are going to come from off the pace, you've got the 2 horse, which is Great Island. You have the 7 horse, which is the California Queen, and number 6, Nay, Lady Nay. Those would be your horses that. So it looks like it's going to be Juliet Foxtrot on the front. So if you're looking for the wire-to-wire type, Juliet Foxtrot is your horse. And if you're looking at the horse to come from off the pace, which it's going to be one or the other, it'll be the 2, the 7, or the 6. Again, if you are a speed rating player, the horses that you're going to be looking at with the top performance numbers are number 5, followed by the 1, 6, 7, 4, and 2. Now it's time to take a look at the horses in the field. Let's go ahead and look at horse number 1. That is, got his page up, man. I got too many things going on at once. That one is Always Shopping. Horse is making its 4th start off a layoff. I don't like the fact that last time out regressed, went a little bit backwards. I would like to see the horse improve. However, that was a grade 1. Is dropping in class today from a $500,000 purse to a $150,000 purse, despite that little move backwards, the regression in the performance. Horse did put in one of the top 3 last race speed figures and still remains one of the morning line favorites with Florent Giroux and Todd Pletcher. Horse has hit the board in 6 of 8 on the turf. Number 2 horse, Great Island. Horse is making its first start off of a short break. Horse has struggled to put 2 races in a row together, but does tend to come off the bench fresh. 6 races, been in the money every single time. And if you look at every single race, the way I grade them out, every one of them has been a quality race, with 3 of the 6 primarily being his wins, being what I would grade high quality starts. So Great Island has a good shot. The jockey trainer combination of Chad Brown and Joel Rosario, kind of hard to ever go against that combination. Interestingly, though, Joel is known for he's used to the whip. I'm wondering if he's even carrying one today to get away from the urge from actually kind of racking the horse a little bit there on the way in. Number 3 is counterparty risk. Counterparty risk is not in the race today. That brings us to the long shot. No Mercy Percy. Right now, it's 35-1 on the board. It is the longest shot, and it's the longest shot for a reason. 2 races over the Monmouth course without a whip, but it did finish third in both of them with a little bit of a nice move late in the lane. So stretching out a little bit could work to the 5 horses advantage, but certainly hasn't shown that it has the class to deal with some of the upper level competitors here. Juliet Foxtrot is the right now current favorite at 4-5, was 8-5 in the morning line. Horse making its second start off a layoff, does show speed, will be out in the front, probably by itself. Was the favorite last time out, same level, and finished second by a head. Should improve in the second start off a break. In the other 2 race cycles that the horse has against Juliet Foxtrot is another one that's had a very difficult time making it 2 races in a row. But when she does, the second race is usually better than the first. Again, beaten favorite last time out. I'm not a big fan of horses that loses the favorite, but she's also come through as the favorite. Again, if you like the speed, Juliet Foxtrot is your horse. Probably, again, horses that get to the lead, 50% of them roughly have won. Nay, Lady Nay. The 6 horse should be well positioned, probably 3rd or 4th, coming out of the quarter pole half-mile marker, right off the pace. Has run at Monmouth twice, including last time out. Now, she's won 3 of the 2 at Monmouth. The one that she did not fare well in was the last one, which was a whipless race. So no rally in that. Would like to see some rally in this one. Horses made it 3rd time off a layoff, only once in the last 10 races. Was pretty similar to the first effort. So if Nay Lady Lay can go back to her first effort off the bench, that would be good enough to win. It's another horse that's slightly dropping in class. Last time out ran for a purse of $165,000. Purse today is $150,000. And the horse likes to win, hitting the winner's circle 5 of 12 times and 2 for 2 at the distance. Finally, California Queen, the 7 horse. It's a horse that Tom probably loves, coming from Longchamp, as they say in France. Grade 1 over there, finished a nice 5th by 3. Comes over here. First couple of races, like many international horses, struggled. Finally found its form last time out at Belmont, winning. Got kind of well bed, won by more than in length. Big, strong move down the stretch. Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown, again, very difficult combination to bet against. But only one quality start here in the United States. As far as the way I'm going to play this race, it's pretty close for me between the 6 and the 5. I'm going to go ahead and give Nay Lady Nay the edge here over the 5 horse Juliet Foxtrot, followed by the 7 California Queen, and then the 1 horse Always Shopping. But also wouldn't be surprised if Juliet Foxtrot takes them from gate to wire. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official. Until then, hey, good luck with your bets and good luck with your picks in the contest. A worst to first finish for Joel Rosario and Chainer Chad Brown. When that race got started and Juliet Foxtrot wasn't on the lead, and then my Nay Lady Nay was third, or actually second, I was thinking to myself, boy, they must not have read the scoutering report here. Neither is going to win. The 5 is going to have, the second place horse or the third place horse doesn't really do that well. And my horse, the 6 horse, was riding Co-Pilot, which I completely did not expect. And of course, I had mentioned the Co-Pilot did not do very well, or the alternative pilot. 5 horse kind of managed to hang in there for third. The 6th apparently got fourth. And then the 2 horse comes from worst to first, and then the 7 horse. So you had some closers go ahead and take that first long turf route. Maybe that'll hold up again the next time they run a long way on the grass. Hopefully some of the trainers and jockeys are paying attention to what we've brought up here, so they know either be first or be last, but don't be in the middle, my man, or my lady. That's how it laid out in race number 5. Let's take a quick look at the contest to see how things are looking right now. If people have a chance, or we all join Scott Brown and go ahead and go grab a fork. Right now, B. Pietz is in first place with 19 points. Joe Handicapper in second with 18. And then you got a bunch still at 13. So it looks to me like even 11, there's a lot of races left. This is going to be wide open. There's going to be some long shots that hit for sure. We're going to start to maybe reach a little bit and look to trade or look to place some horses that are maybe our second or third choices that aren't as popular with the folks up on the top of the leaderboard. We'll be back for race number 6, 10 minutes to post. Again, some insights. It's another 6 furlong race, so we know kind of how that's going to play out in terms of the race shape, according to the all the winners so far at Monmouth Park. But we'll talk about it again for those who are new joining us in the broadcast. We'll look you up. We'll talk to you 10 minutes prior to post for race number 6. Got a 6 furlong race again with a very deep field. So I would imagine that you're going to want to get out to the lead or be close to the pace so you don't get caught up in traffic, because that could be hurtful for a lot of horses in here. As we mentioned before in the previous 6 furlong races, speed has been the way. It's been the way so far in the 2 6 furlong races. Half of the winners have come from near the front, first or second. Again, 2/3 were in the first 3. And if you look at the first 4, 90% of your previous winners at Monmouth Meet to date have been in the first 4 at the quarter-mile marker for 6 furlong races. Let's go ahead and take a look at the field for this affair. You have Jersey Joe, the one horse on the rail, which is winning at 24% clip. Not bad whatsoever at all. And Jersey Joe is also shown some speed in the past. Last couple of races got out to the lead and faded, though I do see the little bit of that step up in the ladder, where in the first race off the layoff, Jersey Joe was second in the stretch. First race, second race off the bench was first in the stretch, but still backed up fairly aggressively at 6 furlongs. The last race, 5.5 furlongs in the debut, was claimed, making a first start for Silvano Ramirez, which is not won in 3 races. So it does have 6 wins over the 21 races in the Monmouth course, 5 wins at the distance. It's a horse to consider. It is a horse that should be, according to our early pace figures, on the front. But I think it's going to be tightly bunched. There will be quite a few that'll be up towards the front. The 1, the 7, the 10, the 2, the 8, just to name a few. If you're looking for horses that are coming off the pace, the 6 horse has the strongest late pace figures, but it's kind of middle to bottom closer to the bottom of the pack in terms of early pace numbers. So you're going to probably need for the favorite, if that's where you're on, the 6 horse, to show some really strong closing kick. The 2 horse is Hit Me, I'm Lucky. Horse is coming on, making his 3rd start. Last time out, had the highest last race speed figure. Should be a part of the early pace, but not right on the lead. Making that move from the maiden ranks is to the optional claiming ranks is not as aggressive to maybe a stakes race. I would prefer to see maybe a low-level allowance race. However, I'm not opposed to taking horses that are maiden special weight winners that did post the highest last race speed figure. I would have preferred for him to do it in the debut, but did show much improvement in the second race, although the fractions were a little bit slower in round 2 than they were in round 1, which is a little bit of a concern to me. Number 3 is Country Miles. Horse hasn't run a good race so far at Monmouth with the no whip rules. I want to see the horse do better. This is the 3rd start off a layoff in his debut. The 3rd start off a layoff was similar to the first 2. I would expect Country Miles will live up to its current odds of 20-1. The 4 horse Postino's Vow scratched. 5 horse Magical Jaime is not run in more than a year. So it's coming off a super long layoff. Looking at the workouts, many of them are middle of the road. In the last month, the horse has about 16 furlongs of workouts. If you go back maybe 5 weeks, it's got 20 furlongs of workouts. So the horse should be fit, ready to run. The question is, how will he run after such a long break? The only clue we have is the debut. The debut showed speed early on, then faded. I'm not seeing that in the workouts, where I'm expecting the 5 horse to come back and show some speed again. The 7 horse, again, more is Salt in the Rim is the 6 horse. Salt in the Rim, I got a little bit confused looking from one screen to the next. I apologize. Has a pretty high jockey trainer combo. Again, Paco Lopez hitting at 25%. Benjamin Perkins Jr., his first time starting over here at Monmouth. Not quite sure what to expect. Although Salt in the Rim did have a run over Monmouth in its debut, ran its second best speed figure, 1 running away. But again, that was with a whip. Has been working out very sharply at Delaware, though the last time out at Delaware did not run very well at the allowance $40,000 number. It is the favorite right now at 2-1. It's going to have to run better than it did last time out. Hasn't made The last time it made a second start off a break, kind of backed up from the first time. Since its debut, has not finished closer than 6.5 furlongs to the leader. I have a tough time backing a horse that's stepping up in class purse wise and hasn't shown that it can win at the lower levels. Maybe it does. There's something on the ground that people know about this horse, maybe training much better than we expect. Tough to say. Number 7 is Saucy Derrick. Horse making its third start off a layoff. Kind of backed up in the second time. Went from turf to the mud. This time around, it's going to try 6 furlongs. Looks to me like they're kind of searching for this horse on what they really want with Saucy Derrick. Should be near the front of the pace, so shortening up could be a positive. Only 2 wins in its last 14 races. More likely to be a part of the exotics or the trifectas than the winner, but you never know. It's horse racing, right? Number 8, Chubb on the Run. Horse has made a bunch of starts without a rest. Maybe it needs a little bit of break. Last time out, fractions were slower at 6 furlongs than they were in the race before that at 7 furlongs. Never something I'd like to see. 2 wins in 17 races. I want to see a little bit more out of Chubb on the Run besides a good name. Horse does have the top pedigree and in the past has shown some speed, so I expect it'll be close to the pace. The question is, does all these races without a layoff mean you have a tired horse? Number 9, Jester's Honor. A horse, again, has raced 9 times, 1 win. First-time starter with Michael Denny, has won at 16% in 19 races. That does have a positive ROI. Teaming up with Thomas Mejia, decent trainer-jockey combo. Probably going to be one that's going to come from off the pace. The 9 horse doesn't look to be part of the early pace. You got to have speed to win 6 furlongs on the Monmouth track. I'm going to pass. Number 10, Daytime Lover, is another horse that can show some speed. Is making its second start off a layoff. That's a 15% winner for Patricia Faro. I don't like the fact that the 10 horse in its second start, again, backed up relative to the first one on the past performance lines. In the first race off the layoff was first at the second call. Next time out, third. First time off a layoff, 6 furlongs. First, in the stretch first. In the stretch second time, third. However, fractions were about 2 seconds faster. So the horse actually ran a little bit faster last time out than it did. So maybe that's a little bit misleading. Maybe the 10 did improve. So it's a sneaky good race with the 10. Number 11 is Lucky Lover Boy. Horse that should be coming from off the pace. Not a really good fit. Second time off a layoff. Last time out, had a pretty tough break. Did kind of rally late. Ran a pretty decent speed figure. Has worked out sharply prior to the last start, but has not put in a workout since. 11 horse could be one that might, if it improves second time off a layoff. Last time it had 2 race cycle, backed up badly in the second start in terms of its performance numbers. And then Nut Butter Special is the 12 horse. Last time out was 7 by 18, 4 by 14, 7 by 33. That's exactly the kind of lines that I'm looking for. It's really not the kind of lines I'm looking for. So I'm going to pass on the 12, as have most of the bettors right now. The horse is 18-1. So they're approaching the starting gate. Time to make the picks. With pace being the way, I'm going to go with the 2 horse on top of the 6, the 7, and the 10. Again, 2, 6, 7, 10. Good luck with your bets. Good luck with your picks in the contest. We'll see you when it goes official. I absolutely love it when they start and you're like, "Where's my horse?" And you realize he stayed in the gate. The two horse never had a chance, didn't get out at all, and then way behind, and the jockey never even tried to get him back into the race. I love that. Again, 12 horse getting near the front, speed holding up. That's not really a lot of folks pick that one, I don't think. The standings right now, if you look at them, you have, as my computer is so slow, unfortunately, I need a new one. You have Onik 12, B. Pietz at 19 tied, Joel Handicapper, and then a few others at 17, 16, 15, 13. The way this day is laying out, I think just about anything can happen in any of the races. And there's still, if you're in within 10 of the leader, you probably have a chance to still get ahead and maybe get into this um, contest as the potential winner. So Scott, maybe you don't need it for it. Maybe you just need to pick a few of these long shots, see if you can pick some horses that others aren't having, because it certainly with as I said when this show started, Monmouth without the whips, without the Lasix, is not my favorite. Gary Fitzpatrick kind of agreed with that, saying he feels like the whips make a difference in his opinion. I said like a heavy night out of having a little bit too much to drink. The next day you wake up and you're like, I'll never do that again. I'm starting to get that feeling, and it's only race number 6. We have a long way to go. Hopefully we can have a little bit of the winning dog that bites us the rest of the day. We'll see you 10 minutes to post the race number 7. Move on to 1 mile, race number 7 on the turf, claiming $16,000. It's the first time today where early pace may not really have a play, and where the post position seems like it can influence the outcome of this race. Haven't been many at a mile, but for the ones that have been at a mile, the post is yet to win. Bahama Breeze 30-1 didn't draw the favorites status there, so I doubt that the one is going to Bahama Breeze is going to break that streak today. But a great majority of the horses that have won at a mile on the turf have done so from running 4th at the quarter mile pole or farther back. So if we take a quick look at the early pace, I think it's going to be kind of crowded up front. You're going to have the 1, the 12, the 6, the 4, the 9. I think your pace setter is going to come from that group. The last race we saw on the turf, the 2-horse went from worst to first with Joel Rosario and Chad Brown. Obviously, nothing of that quality here in this spot. But if you're looking at late pace numbers, you got to like the 2, the 11. The 2 has the strongest numbers by far. And that horse is right now, I think, the favorite at the moment at 3-1. So it's really not a hot favorite whatsoever at all. A lot of value in this race from a betting standpoint. Hit the trifecta, superfecta here. You're going to get paid, maybe a signer. In the old days, you had to actually sign for and pay your taxes up front at the OTB. Probably still have to do that at the track, but probably 90% of the handle nowadays is online. But after the 9 and the 12 on the late, the 2 in the late pace scenario setup, got the 11, the 7, the 6, the 10, and the 5 right behind. If you're a speed player, the 12 horse last time out, didn't mention it, forgot it, too much on my mind, was the second best in terms of speed ratings. This time, speed rankings 9, 12, 13, 7, 4, and 5. So 14 horses in the field, got a lot to cover. Let's get at it as quickly as possible and see if we can find something we like in any of these horses. Mentioned the 1 horse, Bahama Breeze, 1 quality start in 10 races. Rail hasn't won, though it has flashed some speed in the past, maybe gets off to the lead, has a shot in that scenario if speed can hold up. 2-horse Meseta is the favorite, as we mentioned, 3-1. It's a horse that hasn't run in more than a year, training under Jose Delgado now, who first time with a trainer, 22% winner, 90 days away from the track or more. This obviously more than a year, 22% winner. Doesn't he and Paco Lopez have won 4 of 7 together? That's probably why you're seeing a lot of action. You got the strong jockey trainer combo that do win when they team up. The 3-horse is Track Magic. Track Magic is 30-1. 1 win in 45 starts. If it makes it 2 and 46, well, he's going to beat me because I'm going to pass on Track Magic. Number 4, Artie's Rose, took a little bit of money early on in the betting, was the early favorite, according to the bettors. Right now is 4-1, second choice on the board. Artie's Rose is a horse that's making its second start off a layoff, was the favorite last time at Monmouth on the dirt, finished 5th. He's coming back as a beaten favorite. Jockey trainer combination have won 2 of 3 together. The horse has not made the turf, the dirt switch in the last 10 starts in its career. Looking at the trainer, he's got a 10% hit rate in 118 races. So 90% of the time he fails. I don't suspect he could do it here, but statistically speaking, not a good shot to be a win horse, but probably is one that will find its way towards the money. Number 5, Soyoy, horse that's making its 3rd start off a layoff. Only other time it made a 3rd time off a layoff. It did run its best speed number, finished in the money. Major improvement from the 2nd race. And again, this is a horse that's coming from that Tampa to Monmouth angle, which did work last time we were here. 5 horses, one that I would keep an eye on. It's a possibility that the horse can do well. Jockey Geraldo Corrales is winning at 15%, although the trainer is only 1 win out of 27. 1 win in 10 races. Maybe a back-end piece of the exacta, trifecta, that sort of thing. Maybe cleans up the superfecta. Number 6, Seahawk Lisa has a top pedigree for the distance and the surface. Does have some pretty fast opening fractions relative to the rest of the field. 2nd time off a layoff. Last time out, no whip, did okay. 2nd time off a layoff. The horse last time around improved slightly. The time before that improved nicely. So maybe Seahawk Lisa does show more in round 2 off the bench. Wasn't a bad race last time out, although Paco Lopez gets off to ride the 2, which you always kind of want to keep an eye on what the leading jockeys do because they're tipping their hand as to which horse they think has a better shot to win. Number 7, Real World Solution. Horse is one that's only won 1 out of 10 starts, but has finished in the money, 7 of 11, so a very high in the money percentage. Looking at a horse that's making its second start off a layoff, should improve this time out. Again, the Tampa to Monmouth angle in play here. Last time out on the 2-race cycle, the horse did improve in round 2. I'm expecting more out of this horse as well. 2 trips over the Monmouth course with a first and a third. Number 8, Dixieland Darling. I can't even breathe because there's so many horses here. Last time out, didn't run very well. The time before that, didn't run very well. Both at Monmouth, both without the whip. I'm going to say this time out doesn't run very well either. Last time it made it through a 3-race cycle. The 3rd race was similar to the 1st race. If Dixieland Darling runs a 3rd race similar to the 1st race, it might be dead last. But 14 horses, that'll be kind of 1 out of 14 chance for that. Isla Bonita, I guess this is a play off a Madonna song if you're around long enough. Last time out, 1.25 miles on the turf, won. Time before that, on the dirt after a race that was taken off of the turf, 8 by 24. Time before that, Tampa turf angle again, 1.25, 1 by 4 3/4 lengths. Isla Bonita is a horse that you got to definitely keep your eye on here. Last race figure, only horse in the field to put a last race speed figure in above par for this level, and won by more than 1 length. Certainly looks like the horse likes turf, likes the Monmouth. Definitely one you got to consider. Number 10, Tiz Herself. Last time out on Monmouth, without a whip, 7th by 9 lengths, wasn't a factor. 14 races, 1 win in the last 14. I'm not a fan of this spot. Number 11, Magical Romance. A horse that might have some late pace, as we mentioned early on. Last time out, didn't show it in the sprint. But before that at Belmont and before that at Belmont, didn't do it either. But late pace figures say the horse can, relative to the rest of this field, show some late life. We'll see if it can do it today. Number 12, Danya's Magic. This one's going to be near the front, trying to set the pace. Did finish second behind Isla Bonita last time out. Finished behind Tiz Herself, a race before that. Has raced across the Monmouth without the whip last time out. Shortening up here a little bit could help. Was in the lead at the mile marker last time out. I would expect you'll see the 12 horse be a part of the early pace and perhaps a part of the late pace as well. Viking Queen won its last race off the turf. Prior to that, 16 lengths behind the leader, 15 lengths behind the leader, 12 lengths behind the leader. I think it's unlikely Viking King puts 2 in a row back to back together, but sometimes horses do find their stride, and when they do, they're on that upswing. That race was on the sloppy track. Maybe it's a horse that likes to slop, only had 1 race over it and won that race. So keep an eye out for that horse if it ever runs in the slop. Finally, number 14, Miss Mayette. 3rd start off a layoff. Did show some improvement last time out relative to the 1st start. The last time the horse made it through a 3-race cycle, however, the 3rd race wasn't as good as the 2nd. If it can improve again, 14 Miss Mayette might make a piece of the money. So how am I going to play them out? I'm going to go, and it's a big field, so hopefully we can catch a trifecta or superfecta here. I'm going to go 9, 2, 12, and 7. We'll see how they line up when they go official. Good luck with your bets, and good luck with your picks in the contest. We'll see you when it's official. So if you hold on a second, let me press the right button here before we get started. Otherwise, it looks like a man behind, like the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain. I'm a little taller than the Wizard of Oz, but not by much. 5'9". Put some risers on, maybe I'll be 5'10". But if we rewind the tape a little bit, you'll remember we talked about the speed ratings. And if you like speed ratings as the way you handicap, many people do. As David Aragona told us, in New York Racing Association's odds maker, that he has not found anything that's been better than, well, at least more predictive with that history. It doesn't mean they're the best and always perfect, but they are probably the most accurate measuring stick in terms of one score. But anyway, enough of all that stuff. When we talked about it, we said that the ranking according to speed was 9, 12, 13, 7, and 4. I think the race went 9, 12, 4, 13, and 7. So the top 5 were the top 5, with the top 2 coming in 1, 2. And that exacta paid for $2, $50. That's not too bad. And if you put the superfecta together with the 9, 12, 4, and 13, and remember we talked a little bit about how some early money was coming in on that 4, Artie's Rose. And a lot of times that early money is the folks who work at the track, who understand, who know the horse, and they got to go bet before the race gets started. At least that's what I was told by trainers and friends that I used to have in the horse racing business back in the day. Maybe it's different now with the online options, but maybe some of those of us that are a part of the contest, part of the horse racing radar, that are in the business on the ground can let us know in the comment section or email me at gtsrichb@gmail.com and let me know if that's still the case. I mean, it's kind of, things have changed a lot since I was at the track hanging around with trainers and so forth. That superfecta for 10 cents paid $344.15. And, based upon those speed ratings, it was possible to hit it. All right, so that concludes that race. We have Papa Congo in the lead with 22 points. Jan Lunny in second place with 21. B. Pietz and Dr. Duke at 20 points. And then a couple of more at 19, 18, 17, and down the list. I still feel like we're only halfway through. It's hard to believe. I feel like I've been doing this all day because I have. But we're only halfway through, so there's still an opportunity for anybody. I would say that if you're within 15 points of the winner, current winner right now, so probably all the way down to like 100th place, you still have a chance to win this contest. So don't give up. We'll see you 10 minutes to post before the next race, which is the beginning of another stakes race with New York Traffic in it, with the heavy favorite. We'll see if New York Traffic can live up to its heavy favorite status and where he fits in our picks. 10 minutes to post. And we're off to race number 8, 1 1/8 miles for the Monmouth Cup Stakes, grade 3, $300,000 for 3-year-olds and up. This should be a pretty exciting race. You got some good quality horses here. And right now, the betting public is a little bit split between a few horses. The 4-horse New York Traffic, the 5-horse is also taking some money as well. That is Dr. Post. Number 5 is number 3, the Night Ops, and number 7, Bank It. So those are your 4 favorites. Probably the winner is going to come from them. I tend to agree with that. Let's go ahead and break down the race like we have every other race so far and see if maybe some things can hold the form. I did last time out, so hopefully we can make it 2 in a row. So a mile and an eighth. They don't run very many of them at the distance at the track. So we focused on the races that were a mile and a 16th or longer. And looking at those races, first or second has at the quarter pole has won approximately 70% of the time. Oddly enough, horses running the horse that's running co-pilot has actually done better than the pilot. And a third place horse has not won to date. So you probably want the horses in the front too. And roughly 80% of the horses were no more than a length and a half away from the leader when they hit the quarter-mile marker. So even if it's not the horse on the front, you still want a horse that's probably going to be close to the pace. Right now, it doesn't really look like post position is going to make a big difference. You probably want an inside post, but it's not necessarily a deal killer. If you got a horse that's going to be close to the pace that's outside, it hasn't necessarily hurt it. Looking at the early place, I think this race could surprise a little people. Everyone probably suspects that you're going to see New York Traffic get out to an easy lead, and he very well might. But I think he's going to get plenty of competition from the 1, the 7, and the 2. So between Bal Harbor, just the nick of the time, and Bank It could give New York Traffic a little bit of company as they come out of the gates. We shall see how that plays out. As for the late pace scenario, the 3-horse Night Hops is kind of a little bit has the best of the late pace figures, followed by the 5, and then the 7, and then Mr. New York Traffic. Last year here, New York Traffic finished second in the Haskell, a race that's coming up a little bit later on by a nose. So horse has had a little bit of experience here at Monmouth and has done so successfully. Let's take a quick run through the field and see what we like. We'll start with horse number 1. That is Bal Harbor. Does run some of the fastest opening fractions in the field. I suspect that you'll see the horse be a part of the early pace early on, and then maybe tail off as it has in the past. Then we're going to go on to horse number 2, which is, I got a page up again. I'm sorry, folks. Just in the nick of time. Has won 2 in a row. Last time out, 1 at Monmouth without the benefit of a whip. Stepping up pretty aggressively in class, which is always a interesting thing for a horse. Last time out ran for a purse of $50,000. Now it's running for $300,000. Horse doesn't really win a whole lot, but the horse does find a way to finish in the money. So that's an important aspect for that horse's game. Looking on to the next horse, we are number 3, Night Ops. As I mentioned, Night Ops is a horse that does have some great closing ability. It hasn't run since May 29th. Last workout was blah, but did put some pretty solid workouts in before that. Has raced at the distance 6 times, and in those 6 times, finished second 4 times. So Night Ops is a horse that does like to find its way into the money, but not necessarily win a string of seconds. I would imagine that you're going to see a horse last time out, beaten favorite, trainer Brad Cox, Florent Garou, great combination. Brad Cox rebounds at about 33% with beaten favorites. Next up is New York Traffic, another beaten favorite for trainer Safi Joseph Jr. He rebounds at about 32% with Tyler Gaffney in the irons. The two have combined for 1 win in 5 starts together, but New York Traffic does have 2 trips across the Monmouth track. Like I said, last year's Haskell. This year, he ran last time out. Salvatore Mile finished second by a length. And Tyler Gaffalione did say that the horse probably did kind of get distracted a little bit late and probably did need a whip. So this is the third time off a break. Horses only made it 3 times off a break, once in the last 10 races. And in that race, ran the best speed figure of the three. I'd imagine you're going to see the best of New York Traffic today, not too far from the lead and coming home with a little bit of a rush. Number 5, Dr. Post. Dr. Post is one of the horses with the top pedigree in the field for the distance and the surface, is dropping from a $1 million race in the Metropolitan Mile to a $300,000 race. Does at times show some pretty good speed. You got, again, a great jockey trainer combination with Joel Rosario, Todd Pletcher. I'm kind of curious to see how the horse does without a whip. We haven't seen that yet. And this is the third race in a row with the horse without Lasix. The first horse race was okay. The last one without Lasix really didn't go so well. Number 6, American Dubai, is scratched. So Sean can't make fun of me for that. Probably would have been a part of the early pace. Not going to be part of the early pace today. Finally, we have Bank It, the only horse in the field to run a last race speed figure over par. Was the highest last race speed figure in the mud at Belmont. That number was way, way, way above anything that the horse had produced before. Winner by 13 in a $200,000 non-graded stakes on the mud. It's kind of hard to really put that race in groupings with all of its other races. Bankett hasn't really won at the graded level. Last time he raced at the graded level, he finished 7th by 3 lengths to Mr. Money and some others. So it kind of is a pretty good step up, I would say, in class for Bankett. It is right now one of the favorites at 5-2. It probably comes in. I think like I said at the start, I really feel like those 4 horses are the class of the field. That's the way the bettors see it. The way I'm going to line it up, I think New York Traffic should be better. I hate to bet the favorite, but I think New York Traffic will be close to the pace, will be the one to beat in the contest and on the track, followed by number 3, Night Ops, number 5, that's Dr. Post, and then number 7, Bankett. We'll see how they line up when it goes official, and we'll see you then. I knew at the half mile marker, both Bankit and New York Traffic were going to have a difficult time along with the 2 horse winning that race, because I noticed something in preparing for the Haskell with fractions, specifically the half mile fraction at routes on the dirt. You can head over to Horse Racing Radar and read about it in my preview for the Haskell, horseracingradar.com. But of course, I won't make you do that. I'll share it with you here, but you can still go over and read it. Be good to know. In these races that are a mile and a 16th or a mile or more, when horses run the opening half mile under 47, closers win. When they run it over 47, probably actually closer to 49, that's when, 48, 48 and above, that's when the speed horses win. So when I saw them clock in under 47, I knew they were done. And interestingly, they almost came in the exact order of the late pace projections. We had late pace projections of 3, 5, 7, 4. The only thing that got switched is the 2 on the top. It went 5, 3, 7, 4. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that they went out and they ran the opening half way too fast, at least on this whipless type course. And, in a lot of tracks, you tell me a horse is coming home, quality horses, in 47, 48 seconds in the half, and you're like, man, I got me a winner. But it's unfortunately not been the case at Monmouth Park. You can take a look at those numbers for yourself. I wrote about it in the article on horseracingradar.com. Keep an eye out for that for some of these longer races on the dirt going forward. If your horse is up near the front and he's under 47, only 3 horses have been able to accomplish the feat in the entire meet so far at Monmouth Park. So we'll keep that in mind as they go forward. We'll be back 10 minutes to post before race number 9. Now we're off to race number 9, a pretty deep field of horses running 1 mile on the mile and 16th, on the turf. Kind of looking back at the previous races during the current meet at a mile and a 16th on the turf, we saw this with the Juliet Foxtrot race. It's better to be first or to be last. That's the race where Joel Rosario came from dead last, found the tape first, and then you had the horses that were up on the front, Nay Lady Nay, which I didn't expect to go to the front, and Juliet Foxtrot kind of tailing off as they got to the wire because neither one of them, as the quality horses, got to the lead. So taking a look at how the pace might play out, early pace looks like the 2, the 10, and the 4 are going to contend for a front runner status. They're starting in kind of a weird place, like a 7/8 the way through the second turn. So they're going to run 2 and an 1/8 turns. So I don't know what kind of impact that really has in terms of post position. Looking through the past races at the current meet, it didn't seem to impact the outcome of the race that much, although the outside posts had lower winning rates than the inside post, which is kind of always the case at every track because you tend to have more horses going from 1 through 6 than you do from 6 through 12 or 14 or however far out they go. If you're going to bet, you have a nice 50-cent pick 4 that starts here for race 9, 10, 11, and 12. So that'll carry you through the Haskell. Race 9 of 14 races is about to kick off. So let's take a look at who's also going to be the late pace, just in case we see a repeat of what we saw with Juliet Foxtrot. So the late pace belongs to the 6, and then there's a big clump again between the 3, the 10, the 7, the 8, the 4, and all the way at the end, we have the 12 horse. 3 scratches, number 5, number 9, number 13, and if you are a speed ranking player, which has kind of performed pretty well today. If you just bet straight off the speed ratings, you probably would have had a decent day so far. But according to the speed, you got the 7, the 2, the 6, the 1, the 10, and the 8. Those are your primary players. Let's take a look at the field to see who our primary players are. Lenny Kate is the 1 horse on the rail, dropping in class. Last time out, ran for a purse of $92,000. Today, running for $57,500. You got a pretty strong jockey combo trainer. We just talked about it a couple seconds ago with Chad Brown and Joel Rosario. The 1 horse is one of the horses with the better late pace number. So maybe Joel can repeat what he did in the race when they beat Juliet Foxtrot. Number 2, Aperture, is coming into this race in a second start off a layoff. Last time out ran at Belmont. And has only won 1 race of 12 lifetime. Flavian Pratt, though, obviously is a jockey to contend with. Teamed up with Todd Pletcher. The 2 have won 1 of 5 together. I look at the 2 horse and had one of the top last race speed figures. Again, mentioned the jockey trainer combination being the primary good thing from them. It did show speed last time off the bench, second time off a start. The last couple of times it made it through a 2 race cycle. Race 2 was either as good as or better than race 1. So Aperture stands to be one that could improve in race number 2. Right now on the board, he is 5-1. So yeah, kind of where he was in terms of money line favoritism. Number 3, Crown of Joy. So horse that making the 3rd start off a layoff. Well, didn't do too badly in his first 2 starts at Monmouth without the whip. At Monmouth, he's got 3 wins, a second, and 2/3. Clearly likes the course, but it is taking a pretty high step up. Juan Oliva, the trainer, does win allowance races at a pretty hefty clip, 31%. So it won about 11 or 10 of 32 so far. It's a pretty good clip. We'll see if the Tampa to Monmouth angle continues to play out here at Monmouth Park. Number 4, Map 'em Up. Last time out, first time at Monmouth under the no whip rule, and went to the lead and pretty much stayed on the lead. So it's a horse that I do expect to be near the front of the pack. And if you can get to the front, remember, it's either first or in the middle. If you can get to the first, you maybe have an upset candidate here in the 4 horse, and you're getting 24-1 odds. So that's twice what it was in the morning line. I know speed didn't hold up in that first race, but if he can get out to the lead and stay up on front and not run insane fractions, probably has a chance to upset and might be one you want to include in your trifectas and exactas, maybe even a superfecta, especially those dime ones. Una Luma, the 6 horse is making its first start for trainer Joseph Taylor. Horses that make their first start for him win at 11%, so about 5 out of 44. Run with Paco Lopez twice. They won one. They didn't win the other. Was the favorite in its last race down at Gulfstream Park. The trainer, although it's the first time out, Joseph Taylor does win at approximately 20% with beaten favorites. This horse is a horse that has a decent jockey, the beaten favorite status, and did finish in the top 3 last time out. Training since its time off has been pretty dull. So we'll see how it runs. Typically, though, runs okay off the bench fresh. The last 2 times it won by a neck and second by 3/4 of a length. Those were down at Gulfstream Park. Maybe it's a horse for the Gulfstream Park course. Lillian Discreet is right now your favorite at 2-1. Was 5-1 in the morning line. Second start after running at Belmont last time out. Nice win. Real nice win. Put up its second best speed figure ever. Has 2 wins and a second in 4 at the distance. Also has the top pedigree numbers for the field. Only horse in the field to run a last race speed figure above par. It's a horse that you definitely have to contend with and one that I will have on my ticket. Number 8, Princess Nina. Horse that is now in its, seventh start in a row without a break. Last time out was the first time on the Monmouth turf without any aid of a whip or jockey urging. Did finish second. Nice run. Was on the lead all the way. Just got nosed out as the favorite. Trainer Jose Delgado rebounds at 29%, 30%. Beaten favorites. That's pretty good. Jose Ferrer wins at 22%. And the 2 team up to win at a high rate. They win at 38%. So they've won 5 or 6 of 16 together. Not bad. Horse that might be one that you want to keep on your radar. Number 9 is Let's Go Baby. And Let's Go Baby has scratched. Number 10. I like number 10 for a couple reasons. Versatile horse is one on the lead, one from behind. It's had a nice improvement last time out. It can run from the insides, run from the outside. So Thing of Beauty has done very well. Training-wise, not so good since its last race on April the 17th. But it's a horse that I expect will be one that you want to keep an eye out on. Is dropping from $79,000 purse last time to a $57,000 purse. Number 11 is Scatnap. It's a horse that last time out faded. Claim, first time off the claim, 0 for 6 for trainer John McCallan. Carlos Montalavo, just hard to find any way to back this horse. At the distance, 12 times, just 1 win in a couple of thirds. Number 12, Fate of Ophelia. Won its race last time out, but breaking its maiden and did not do so with the highest last race speed figure. Not a big fan of that. However, you do have that Tampa to Monmouth angle, which has played out okay. It's not a horse that I'm going to back, but it's one that maybe can come into the mix. Also one that has the pedigree for the distance and the surface. I'm going to bet the 7. It's my top pick for the contest over the 6, the 10, and the 1. Again, 7, 6, 10, 1. We'll see how they line up when they go official. Good luck with your bets and good luck at the window. The horse with the best late pace figures, as we mentioned, the 6 horse Una Luma came through for us there. These races are a little bit nutty. You got to get a good break. You got to get in the right place. You can't get pushed wide. Your positioning is everything. Probably the jockey is more important at Monmouth than it is anywhere else, especially without a whip or anything along those lines. Now we're going to get into the 3 biggest races on the card: the Molly Pitcher, the United Nations, and then the Haskell. Before we get 2 more races, so they can get everybody out on their private jets. If you haven't yet, real quick, you can run on over to horseracingradar.com. Take a look at the podcast or YouTube video we did with JJ Heisel, made our picks. Myself, Tom, Terry, and Sean, along with JJ for the upcoming 3 races. It was a really good show. Learned a couple nice things. JJ, as a reporter, had some nice quotes that I hadn't seen anywhere else, just from her research. She's a very sharp horse player and very concerned and loves the business as an enthusiast. If you haven't done it and you want to fatten your bankroll for these 3, you might want to take a look at going to betus.com. Open up an account, use the code HHR or GTS, get yourself a 125% deposit bonus, and a free play has worked out fairly well there. We'll be back for race number 7, for race number 10, the Molly Pitcher. Again, 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. We got some pace things that we have to discuss again, which will be a big factor in the outcome of the race. We'll talk about them 10 minutes to post. Molly Pitcher Stakes, 1 1/16 miles on the main track. Starts off the last 5 races, so 50-cent pick 5 for 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. That's your thing. Terry, I know you're probably all over the late pick 5 here. And this is, as we mentioned, a mile and a 16th on the main track, and some key things to watch out for. That half-mile furlong number is going to be the key. As I mentioned before, if it's under 47 seconds and your horse is on the lead, you probably can kiss the chances for that horse to win. Bye-bye, as crazy as that sounds. 48 plus, and they ain't catching them. So that opening half is going to be important. We saw that in the first race with New York Traffic, Bankit, and the rest when they got to the lead and ran those fast fractions. 86 their chances to win. And the 2 horses with the strongest late pace numbers came in and ran 1-2. So according to the early pace, we should see the 6 horse get towards the lead, followed by the 2, the 1, the 7, and the 5. Those will be the horses that will follow in behind. On the late pace, we're looking at the 5, the 1, and the 3 as the strongest of the late runners, with the 2, the 8, and the 7 shouldn't be all that far behind. If, as we've mentioned before, you are a speed numbers player, the way we put our speed numbers together, the race would finish 5, 1, 2, 6, 4, and 3. Vault, being one of the favorites right now, would be way back. In fact, Vault is the favorite right now. So that's how the speed numbers play out. Let's take a look at each horse in the field, see what we expect from them, and if we can find any value. We'll start off with horse number 1, our super freak, what's his name? I forget his name now. Rick James, the Rick James of horses. The horse finished last time. It's run 7 quality starts in the last 10 races, 3 consecutive speed figure increases on the rail, which is winning at a high clip. It's run at the distance 4 times, has 4 seconds. And of course, you got a pretty good trainer here in Charlie DeVoe. David Cohen making the trip down from Belmont to ride the horse, where he's ridden him before at Oaklawn Park. So we'll see how David does today. He is one of the favorites of the commentators live at Monmouth Park today. Number 2, Miss Danvers was one of the early favorites, taking in some early money. Right now, Miss Danvers is maybe the second choice at 3-1. Beautiful gray horse. If you like to always bet the gray, Miss Danvers is the way. Making their first start since May 14th. Been working out up at Belmont last time out. Okay, not the best of workouts, but not the worst of workouts either, but does own some of the fastest fractions early. So Miss Danvers has a chance to maybe get up near the front. Again, you want to be on the front, or you probably or within a length and a half, and you definitely can't run under 47. So let's see if Miss Danvers can pace her time very well there. It does have the top pedigree at the distance and a strong jockey-trainer combination with Paco Lopez and Claude McGahey, the 1, 2, 3rd. Next horse is number 3, Vault. In our show, Sean got a chance to call a couple of jockeys who have ridden Vault, who are friends of the show, and both said that they absolutely love this horse, but they mentioned the key, if I remember correctly, Sean, sometimes I forget things, and it's part of growing older, I guess. But I remember, I think this was the horse Sean was talking about, where the jockeys had mentioned that you have to make the move at the right time. Sean, I know you're probably listening. If you are, text me if this is the right horse or not. I'm pretty sure it is. But Vault is a solid horse, one of the top choices on the morning line favorites, and is dropping in class, one of the few that's actually dropping in class from a $300,000 purse last time out to a $250,000 purse this time out. Number 4, Thankful, making its first start off of a little bit of a break as well. Ran on May 8th, not too far from Mother's Day. Since then, workouts have been middle of the road, nothing exceptional, though you do have a tremendous jockey in Flavorian Pratt and a very good trainer, Todd Pletcher, who does know when to bring his horses back. Horses that have been away for 46 to 90 days, Todd wins at a 23% clip. However, this horse, most recent return to the track after a little bit in the barn, didn't go so well. 7 by 18 lengths. Seems to be out of form right now. Hasn't run quality start. Only one quality start in the last 5 races. Like to see Thankful do a little bit better, and has finished behind Miss Danvers pretty regularly. So I would have to absolutely improve. Flavian would have to make a big difference for Thankful, I believe, to find its way to the winner's circle. Number 5 is Bank Sting. Was 10-1 morning line. Right now, the bettors have Bank Sting down to 5-1. So it's definitely taken on a lot of action. Horse did run the top last race speed figure. Since its debut, it debuted at Aqueduct, finished 4th, way off, took a year off, came back, and has not lost since, and has won every race but one by at least 1 length, which we like to see. Should be up near the front, one of the early pace setters. So, but it also can come from off the pace. So a little bit of versatility there. Top last race speed figure, which was above par for the distance. So keep an eye on Bank Sting. It's a horse that we like a lot in this spot. Number 6, Bajan Girl, is going to be probably your pace setter. The horse did grade out higher than everybody else in our analysis. Has won nothing this year, but did win 3 out of 7 last year, making its 3rd time off the start. Coming in from Delaware, I'm not a big fan of horses coming from like Delaware or Parks or some of your second-tier tracks to at least the big races. This horse, in its last 3rd time off a layoff, actually regressed. Race 1, race 2, race 3. If it does the same thing here, we can get some further regression, although Florent Garou is a tremendous jockey. So I suspect that you're going to get a great effort from Bajan Girl. Will be near the lead. But again, those fractions are going to be hugely important. So Florent needs the clock in his head to be working exceptionally well today in order to maintain a pace that the horse can sustain for a mile, but has been working out incredibly well at Monmouth. Some really nice workouts. Last time, 1st of 33 at 4 furlongs, 47-4. So maybe likes to track, a horse for the course, perhaps. Number 7 is Water White, dropping in class from a $500,000 purse last time out. Didn't run very well against Latruska, Bonnie South. She Dares a Double. I mean, a lot of horses don't run very well against that company. Kind of hard to do. She will have to show more in this race than she has in the past. Workout sense are okay, pretty good actually. Nice, pretty fast workouts. Will be quick out of the gates at times, so it could be a part of the early pace. But if it's not up on the lead, make sure that the fractions aren't that fast. Reina La Kelsey, probably a horse that we're going to stay away from. Last couple of races at Monmouth without urging. The Tampa to Monmouth angle hasn't worked out so far for this horse, so we expect it won't work out again. And then finally, number 9 is Graceful Princess. Joel Rosario, Todd Pletcher, making his second start off a layoff again. Coming in from Delaware. Prior to that, did run at Keeneland, Aqueduct, Belmont, so does have some experience at the top tier tracks. Workouts are okay on the 9 horse. It does have high pedigree score. And again, Joel Rosario, Todd Pletcher, very strong connections for this horse. I do like to see that it has improved slightly in the past 2 times it had a 2-race cycle. So maybe we see a little bit better performance out of Graceful Princess in her second start off the bench. So how are we going to grade these horses out? I'm going to go with Bank Sting, the 5 horse, the only horse to put a speed figure above par in this field, into this race, into this spot. It does have the strongest late pace figures. Shouldn't be too far off the pace. Should have a really good chance to win this race, followed by Vault. Jockey says that if you make the move at the right time, the horse will be hard to beat. Our Super Freak and Miss Danvers rounds it out. So 5, 3, 1, and 2 for me. Good luck with how you bet them. We'll see you when it goes official. Shit. Race 10. Wow, we've exploded. What? What the hell is this guy talking about? Whatever. I'm not taking anything personally. Be honest, how many of you are watching those fractions? 46 and 99. Again, 47 being that key number. And you actually want to see him closer to 48. But a horse did come in from Delaware, the 9 horse, a long shot. But as I mentioned, the horse did have some experience running at some bigger tracks as well. So not such a big deal. From Keeneland, Aqueduct, Belmont prior. Did show some nice closing. Wasn't expecting that whatsoever out of that horse. Hadn't won in 2 years. So congratulations to Joel Rosario, Todd Pletcher. Joel seems to have this place down pat today. So keep an eye on Joel in the bigger races. But you got to keep in mind those fractions. I got a feeling in the when we get to the Haskell, you're going to get that following C. You're going to get Hot Rod Charlie. You're going to get Midnight Bourbon. And a lot of these horses are probably going to press for the lead. And that race is going to be longer than 1.1 miles. If they get out there under 47, those front runners are going to have a real hard time finding their way to the finish line. And I'm kind of surprised that the folks who are planning out these trips aren't aware of the fact that you have to run these little bit slower fractions on the front if you plan on staying there till the end. But that's the way it goes. We're going to head off to the United Nations Stakes, and I'll be back to talk about that. Absolutamente nada caliente. Okay, we'll see you then. We are off to race number 11, the United Nations Stakes, a grade one for $500,000. Big time horse race for sure. You got a mile and 3/8 on the turf course, a kind of a weird setup in that you're making 1, 2, 3 turns. Doesn't happen all of the time, and obviously not a race that they run regularly in terms of distance and surface at Monmouth Park. So we look back over the last 10 years to kind of see how this race has been run by the winner. And again, a lot of that stuff you can kind of crumble up, head fake it, and toss it into the garbage can like Kobe because you don't have the whip this year. However, we still kind of have a good sense of what has worked to maybe, as Shakespeare said, to see if past is indeed prologue. What we found was that 7 of the 10 winners of the last decade for the United Nations Stakes came from off the pace. I think there was 2 horses that went wire to wire and another one that sat third. So for the most part, you want a horse that comes from behind, not in the front. So let's talk about early. I want to have in our picks, and that would probably be the 7 and the 6, because those 2 are going to head to the lead earliest according to our pace analysis, followed by the 2, the 4, and the 3, and then the 8, 1, 9, 5. If indeed late pace holds up, then you have the 5 horse, followed by the 6, the 3, the 8, the 1, and the 9, kind of in the mix. So the horse that should be coming fastest to lace at the end is indeed Fantasioso. Horse did run against Arklow, who is the favorite a couple races ago, and finished a 3.5 lengths behind the winner, which was Arklow. Did have to run 2 wide, had a kind of, wide trip, so maybe it can improve this time around. The funny thing about this horse is I really kind of think for Fantasioso is that 1 3/8 miles might actually be too short. How often do you hear that from a horse, right? So if you look at speed figures, again, if speed figures are your thing and that's the way you want to rank the horses out, the speed figures grade the 10 horse as the top horse, followed by the 1, the 8, the 5, the 4, the 6, and the 7. So that's how they grade out in terms of the speed rankings. And the 10 horse too, Tribhaven should be near the front as well in the early pace. Horse does like that. The only thing that concerns me about that is that wide outside post, which could be very difficult for that horse to overcome. But I do think that this is a race where most likely, as we mentioned on the podcast, may not necessarily be the best horse that wins, but it's going to be the horse that ends up getting the best trip. The jockeys might play a more important role in this race than they normally do. So Arklow was last year's favorite with Mike Smith in the irons, was beaten, finished 4th by 5 1/4 lengths to Aquaphobia. I think I remember that race. I think we actually had Aquaphobia. Arklow comes in as the horse with the top pedigree for the distance. Very strong trainer jockey combination with Florent Geroux and Brad Cox. One thing I'm a bit concerned about, even though last time out the horse did rally from 10 lengths back to a win, in his 7-year-old campaign, his late pace figures are down significantly relative to what he was doing as a 6-year-old. And he is a horse that does like to come from off the pace. So maybe we'll see a regression back to the norm, or maybe the horse maybe just getting old and a little tired, looking forward to some rest and relaxation in the retirement farm. Number 2, Epic Bromance, is a horse that probably should be also near the front of the pace. The horse is making its first start after being claimed for Kent Sweezy. First start with a trainer for him is a 15% winner, not bad. The workouts since being claimed are pretty solid, and he's been working at Monmouth. Jockey Mike Smith shared with us that keep an eye on horses, how they train, where they run, because a lot of times how they train is how they run. So he's training well. Maybe the 2 horse will run better than his current odds of 40-1. The 3 horse is Serve the King. Serve the King is a horse that has won more than 40% of its races. Well, 3 out of 7. So it doesn't run that many. When you look at its career, it's either run brilliantly or a kind of tough race last time out. Monmouth on a yielding course without the whip. Maybe it improves this time out. Second time off a layoff. Last time it had a 2-race cycle. The second race was pretty similar to the first race. So I'm not so sure you're going to see, if history is any indicator, if it rhymes like Mark Twain said, then you probably won't see much improvement from the 3-horse this time around. Number 4, Emperador. It's a horse that's coming in from Argentina, came to the U.S. First start, did okay, which is, kind of out of the norm. Most of the time, a lot of times, international horses need one before they run, and then they get better. This one's transgressed since its debut here in the United States. Finished 6-3 to Arklow last time out at 1.5 miles, but was in contention in the stretch. It just faded really hard at the end. As I mentioned, Fantasioso is a horse that should be coming hard, really hard late. Last time out, finished second by 2 3/4 at 2 miles. At 1.5 miles, 7-3.5 to Arklow the race before that. But this came flying like a truck at the end. That horse is going to be coming hard. If the early fractions are fast, can have a really good chance to be a part of the action. Number 6 is Winter's Back. Favorite last time out. Trainer Todd Pletcher rebounds with beaten favorites at a whopping 26%, making the second start off a break. Last time did get a trip around Monmouth without the whip, without urging, was near the lead, just gave it up at the end as the favorite, as I mentioned before. Looking back at the past, this is another horse that either runs the same in its second start off a layoff or improves slightly. Has hit the board in 6 of 8 on turf, so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see this horse in part of the mix all the way around the track. Number 7, Ocean's Map. Again, a horse that likes to get to the lead. We'll see if this one can go from Delaware to Monmouth and perform. 30-1 in the morning line. Right now, the 7 horse is odds of 36. So not really taking any money whatsoever at all. And probably won't be able to make that Delaware to Monmouth like the last horse did. Masterpiece, Joel Rosario. I mean, has any jockey been hotter than Joel today? Seems to have this track down pat. Maybe Joel would be better off not riding with the whip. Seems like he's having a phenomenal day. Horse is actually dropping in class in terms of prize pool size. Last time out, ran for $750,000, running for $500,000 today. Second start off a layoff, and the horse has really struggled to put 2 races in a row together. Let's see if Chad Brown and Joel Rosario can repeat what we saw earlier in the day. Number 11 is, number 9, Glen County. Horse is making its 4th start off a layoff. The last 3 starts have all been quality starts in 2021. Horse should be improving, though last time out the fractions were a little bit slower than I would have liked to seen. But is one of the few horses in the field, one of 2, that won its last race by more than 1 length. It's something I like to see, usually a good sign of a horse rounding in the form. And although the 3rd time off a layoff is a very popular angle, I know a lot of people also like the 4th time off a layoff. But the last time the horse ran a 4-race cycle did back up. We'll see if it can improve today. And finally, the last horse in the field is Tribhuven. It's a horse that's won 2 in a row. It's going to make its 3rd start off a layoff for Chad Brown with Flavian Pratt. They have won 4 of 10 together, so they don't really team up that often. But when they do succeed. The horse is the only horse in the field to run a last race speed figure over par. I'm just a little concerned. Outside speed, 3 turns, can get caught wide and have a very difficult trip. So I don't think you're going to see Tribhuven at the front. I think you'll probably see him try to save ground and then use some of that late punch that the horse might have. So I'm going to go with Arklow, despite the fact that his late pace figures have waned a little bit. 1, 10, 8, and 3 is how I'm going to rank them. We'll see how they finish when it goes official. Good luck with your picks at the track. They 10 horse Tribhaven was the best horse in that field. You kind of had the feeling that it was the best horse. The outside post was the worry and the fact that it would be up in the front, but really didn't get challenged, was able to get off to a nice lead, run a comfortable pace for it, and then came home, and then it was bombs away behind him. So hopefully somebody had that horse on top with all the bombs behind it and hit themselves a nice trifecta and exacta. A couple of folks have been asking if we're going to show the races live on the stream. Unfortunately, we do not have the TV rights to do that. And I do believe the Haskell, the next race, is on NBC. So if you do have NBC on your television, you can tune into NBC and watch the Haskell. Maybe it's on NBC Sports. I'm not 100% sure, but I know that I read that it is on NBC somewhere else. And I'm pretty sure that you can probably find it streaming online somewhere. And if you have an account with like a TVG, or you have an account with Twin Spires or Bet Us or any of those accounts that have horse racing, most of them have a live stream that you can view the races that you've bet on. We don't have the rights to do that. Maybe in the future, if we continue to grow at the pace that we're growing, you never know what we'll be able to bring forward. So hopefully that's part of our future. Right now it's not. So again, you can go to betus.com. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Open up an account. Use the promo code HRR or GTS. You'll get a bonus. You'll get a free play, and you'll be able to watch the races. So that's something to consider there. And if you like what you see today, when you're on YouTube, go ahead down there and hit the subscribe button. Plenty of you have today. We appreciate that. We do a heck of a lot more than just live handicapping on Saturdays for our contests. We talk with jockeys. We talk with trainers. We talk with people in the business. Every week we have a guest on the Player's Edge podcast. If there's somebody you'd like to see us bring on, email me at GTSRichB. We'll reach out to that person and do our best to bring them on the show. And then, of course, if you have any suggestions or topics, or you have any news you want to break, reach out to us. We're glad to make that platform available. Again, GTSRichB at gmail.com, or you can hit us up on Twitter at Horse Racing Radar, or Facebook, Horse Racing Radar. So follow us on Twitter, give us a like on Facebook, or hit the subscribe button and the bell on YouTube. And for now, that'll have you covered until we can get Sean dancing on TikTok with tools. That's my goal. I don't care if I ever win a race again, if I can get Sean to dance on TikTok with tools. All right. We'll see you 10 minutes to post for the big race of the day, the Haskell, a Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Again, we're going to be talking about those fractions and what those fractions likely mean for the winner of the 2021 Haskell. See you in 10 minutes to post. This is the one that they paid their admission ticket for, the Haskell, a $1 million prize pool, and has some consequences beyond today. The horse that wins this race will represent in the Breeders' Cup Classic come this November at Del Mar. Hopefully, we will see you there. I know that our own Terry will be there enjoying the surf and the turf, as well as the horse racing that day. And maybe we can find our way out there, give away a few horse racing radar hats, shake a few hands if you're still interested in shaking our hands after a year of making picks during this. Hopefully, like I said when we got started, it's kind of like a bad day out and the next day having a hangover saying, I'm never going to do this again. This Monmouth can be challenging with your handicapping. But in any case, we're off to the big race for the day, the Haskell. And once again, 1 1/8 on the main track. The key that I'm going to be watching for is how do these horses run their opening half-mile fraction? As we talked about in all the other races of over a mile on the main track, if they go out under 47, you're going to see, I believe, the front runners fade at the end. We've seen it happen in every race so far. I'm looking for a number probably closer to 48, 48 and a half if the front runners are going to keep up there. Okay, it's happened where horses have come under that number, 3 of them, but none so far today. Even 46 and 99 didn't work. So that's the key in terms of what I think you're going to be looking at in this race. And I think there's going to be a lot of pace. Todd Pletcher, either he's bluffing or he's telling the truth, but he said he'd be wary of following, trying to keep pace, but following C out of the gate. The horse is stretching out for the first time after going 6.5 furlongs last time on the rail with one of the highest last race speed figures. I have a hard time believing following C. You're following C on the front of the pace, along with Hot Rod Charlie, along with the 7 horse. So that's Basso. You're going to have Midnight Bourbon. You could have quite a few pick in time. A lot of these horses could find their way towards the front. I'm hard pressed to believe they're going to come in over 47. Someone's going to bust that number. The question is, will the jockeys have the clocks in their head to make sure they're not over that number? When we talked to Jose Ortiz on the Players Edge podcast, he said it's probably the number one talent that separates the great jockeys from the good jockeys, and that's the ability to know how fast that they're going without being able to look at it on their Apple Watch. So looking at the early pace, again, I think it's going to go 1-4-7-3-6, 4-5-2. And then the late pace, Hot Rod Charlie also has some late legs too. So if Hot Rod Charlie can run the right kind of fractions, maybe lay off the pace a little bit, come in around 47.5, 48, Hot Rod Charlie has the ability to take him to the wire with a lot of oomph. Mandaloon will be right behind him with some late pace, and maybe Midnight Bourbon. You have Following C, and then the 2 horse, the long shot, Anti-Gravity. But those, the last 3 or 4 are kind of all bunched up. There's not a real big difference between any of them. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a maybe long shot show up. So if they go out fast, I'm guessing at least 1, maybe 2 of those front runners going back up like Michael Jackson doing the moonwalk. If you're into the speed ratings, like we've talked about at every race, it rates out 4, 1, 6, 3, 2, 7, and 5. Let's go down the horses. Following C, speed horse, going to be there probably on the leader. Last race, speed figure was above par for this level, which is kind of hard to believe. This horse has increased its speed rating throughout its entire career in its 3 races, so lightly raced. Second start off a layoff, stretching out for the first time, like I mentioned, to 26% winner for trainer Todd Pletcher. And the last 2 races just blown away the competition. So if the horse can handle the distance, if the horse can keep the fractions in check, Todd Pletcher and Joel Rosario could find their way to Del Mar come November. Anti-Gravity is a long shot right now, 30-1 morning line. Right now it is running at 38-1, so losing a little bit of money. Anti-Gravity finished in the first 3 last time out, has run at Monmouth without a whip the last 2 times, winning both races, so I do like to see that. Did come from off the pace, so maybe a horse that can close, maybe upset some of the trifecta or fatten the exacta trifecta, some of your exotic bets. Mandaloon, I believe, is a horse that's likely to get a very good run. He's probably going to sit right off the early pace. He's going to run those fractions that we need to see over 48. And then he has one of the strongest closing kicks in the bunch. If they go out fast, Mandaloon is your most likely winner, has the top pedigree for the distance and the surface, and has won 4 out of 7 starts. Number 4, Hot Rod Charlie, is the big favorite right now, 3-5 on the board. Hot Rod Charlie will be a part of the early pace. Last time out, did run the fastest speed figure for the group. Again, one that is over par for this level, is taking the blinkers off for Doug O'Neill, which is an 18% winner. Horse is making its 4th start off a layoff, which was, in its early career, the best race of his first 4. So maybe Hot Rod Charlie has more than he's shown so far in his 3-year-old campaign. Number 5, Picking Time. Horse is making a huge step up in class, probably way outclassed here, but it has run well at Monmouth. Last time out, ran without a whip, and it finished 7th by 22 in a race that was taken off the turf. So be interesting to see if the 7 horse does anything other than the 5 horse, anything other than trying to mess up the early pace. Number 6, Midnight Bourbon, is a horse that has needed the lead to win. Hasn't won without the lead since early in its career when it won its maiden voyage. After that, the next time against any kind of quality horses, needed the lead in the Comte, got the lead, actually beat Mandolin in that race along with Proxy. Last time out, did run a nice second, kind of, but Rombauer ran by him really fast in the Preakness. I would expect the horse to come off the bench and run fairly well because Midnight Bourbon has run well in his debut, finished 3rd, and the only other time he had any kind of break, finished 1st in the Lacombe. Basso, the 7 horse, rounds out the field. It's I think the longest shot on the board right now, 55-1. The horse is going to probably be close to the early pace. Doesn't have much of late legs. Second start off a layoff. Last time out, lost to Anti-Gravity pretty badly. And so if I were going to go with the longer of the 2 shots, I would go with Anti-Gravity. Has a win over Basso already. So how are they going to play out? I think they're going to go too fast, like they have in every one of these longer dirt races. That's going to open up the door for Mandolin. I'm going to go Mandolin over Hot Rod Charlie. Following C is going to be my 3rd pick, stretching out. I think could get big enough lead that they'll pass it late, maybe hold on to 3rd. And I'm going to take a long shot. I'm going to go with Anti-Gravity to fill out the superfecta. I got a feeling you're going to see at least 2 of these front runners fade really badly like we've seen before. And the 2 horse should be one of the fastest comers late. So 3, 4, 1, 2 for me. Good luck with your bets, both in the contest and at the track. We'll see you when the Haskell is finished and we know exactly who's going to run off to Del Mar. See you after it's official. prayers up for Paco. And hopefully Midnight Bourbon comes out of that all right. That was hard to watch, I'm sure, for you as much as it was for me. I'm interested into hearing Flavian Pratt's comments in terms of to what degree not having a whip wouldn't allow for him to stop Midnight Charlie, Hot Rod Charlie from moving down towards the rail. Be interesting to see. We'll have an eye out for that. Of course, if we see any comments, we'll tweet about it. We'll Facebook about it. Again, we certainly have our prayers up for Paco. That was a really hard fall. It was a really tough fall for Midnight Bourbon as well. I mean, I'm surprised the horse didn't tumble over. Hopefully they're both okay. If we see or hear any updates on it, we certainly will pass them along to you. It was a great race to the finish between Mondaloon and Hot Rod Charlie. Sad to see it go that way. There's no other thing they could have done but disqualify Hot Rod Charlie. As a result, the race went 3-1-2. The 50-cent trifecta, which we had. It's not the way you want to get them, obviously. Paid $133. So in any case, again, prayers out to Paco. We hope all things go well from here forward. We'll be back 10 minutes to post for race number 13. And so we go from $1 million race with Breeders' Cup Classic consequences on the line to a claiming $12,500 race for 1 mile on the turf. Looking at the past races at a mile, one thing to keep in mind is that the rail horse has not won yet, although there's not been that many of them, but still the one has not won. And right now the one is one of the favorites at 9-2. Looks like it is the fourth favorite. So it looks like the better horse players aren't expecting the one to get home this time either. Looking at these races as well, it looks to me like you want to have a horse that's probably outside. Middle out has won most of the races, and as well as horses that have some closing ability, late pace. So outside closers, probably the way to go. A mile on the turf has been the way to go at Monmouth meet to date. Let's take a look at what we expect the pace to look like. Early pace looks like it's going to belong to the 5 and the 10 horse. Two of them will probably get out early, followed by the 3, the 8, the 2, the 1, and the 6. That group should bunch up together. As we mentioned, late pace is probably the way to the horse that's going to produce the winner. Looking at the late pace, the 9 horse stands out as a late pace, the strongest late pace numbers in the field, followed by the 8 and the 1. Aren't too far behind, but enough noticeable that I made a little mark that the 9 was standout, followed by the 4, the 5, and the 7. If speed figure is your thing, as we've been ranking the races by speed figure, it looks like it will go 8, 9, 1, and 7, and 3, which are the primary players on the board right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at the field, see what we like, if there's any value that's to be found in this claiming 12,500 race. I'm sure a lot of people who are alive in pick 3s and pick 4s put as much emphasis on this as they did on $1 million race because the consequences are real money, right? Number 1 is Apreciado. Horse is the favorite last time out at Pimlico, claiming 12, about the same level. Though it is moving up a little bit today in terms of purse size. Last time was for $24,000. This time is for $27,500. Beaten favorite James Toner comes back and claiming ranks to win at 32%. So when he stays around, he does pretty well. Horse really, even though it was the favorite last time, wasn't really a heavy favorite, 3-1. It was the beaten favorite way back in November of 2019, it looks like, or 2020. And came back next time out to run a real stinker, ran 9th. So that doesn't necessarily bode well for the 1 horse. Papa Honor, the 2 horse, 30-1 on the morning line. 2 horse right now is 21-1. So it's taking a little bit more money. Is flipping from dirt to turf. Trainer Leopoldo Ortega has done that 13 times this year, and he has as many wins as I do as a trainer making that switch. 0. The horse has 1 win in 12 starts. But that win came in 2021 at Tampa. And again, if you recall, we do like that Tampa to Monmouth angle because it has worked well in the past. Number 3, Black Line, making the 3rd start off a layoff. Trainer Wayne Potts hits at 18%. And if you haven't done it yet, our own, I think it was Frisco Bash had a nice article with trainer Wayne Potts. So you can head over to Horse Racing Radar, search that in the search column, and you'll find that story. It's well worth your time to read it. I think you'll enjoy it. Looking at Black Line in the 3rd time off a layoff, the horse last time it made it through a 3-race cycle. The first race was a solid race, kind of backed up in the second race, and then moved forward in the 3rd race. This horse will be looking for its 3rd consecutive speed figure increase. Maybe we'll see that out of the horse. Also Wayne Potts is 19% after second race after a claim, which this horse will be making for him. Number 9, Chinomitito, I think that's how they pronounce it, but I'm not sure. But as I said on the show with Tom, for the international, I am the official pronunciator. So however I say it, that's how it goes. And unfortunately today, I did have a $31 winner in some of those international races over in Ireland, but I couldn't back it up with the second place horse. Kind of stinks to get the $31 winner and you don't get the exacta or trifecta with it. Drives me nuts. Anyway, the 4 horse looks to me like a horse that I'm going to skip, although it is dropping in class. and at times has shown some brilliant speed out of the gate. Did win one race back, gate to wire, by 8 1/4 lengths. If it can repeat that race, has a pretty good shot here, but I don't suspect it can do it. Hasn't done it that many times. 5-horse Kentucky Cool. It's another horse that hasn't run very well, although 2 races back at 1.70 on the regular track. It did run its best speed figure without any urging. First time on the grass, second time after a claim. Second start with trainer, all zeros for Anthony Foglia, but hasn't really had much effort at it. The sample size is really small. And the run on off track had a win and a second in 4 races. A lot of times I look for that off track number, especially mud, to see a horse might like turf the first time around. The last one on mud wasn't so good. Number 6, Katie's Catbird. This is a horse that has one of the top jockey trainer combos in the mix, although it's kind of hard to say that really because both of them have low numbers, just high win percents. Horses run 38 times, only 5 wins, hasn't done anything in the last 2 years. Second start off a layoff. Last time out was brutal. I'll stay away from him. Number 7, Cash Call Kitten. Did win last time out, first time out at Monmouth at the current condition. So you're seeing a horse that's probably running for about the same, a little like $1,000 more up. One of the top last race speed figures for the 7-horse, and should improve in the second off a layoff. Has proven that it can run on Monmouth without a whip. Number 8, Projected, is the favorite. Has won 3 out of the last 4, including its last race. Trainer David Carlos follows up with acclaimed repeaters at 30%. That's a high rate at Monmouth. 5 races, 2 wins, a second and a third. And the last 2 of those races are under the current conditions. So highest last race speed figure. Horse is absolutely one of the favorites in this race, and that's the way the bettors see it right now too. Number 9 is one that I expect to be coming fastest late, or one of the fastest late. King of Spades. Last time out ran a pretty good number, but kind of flattened out at the end. Looking at the fractions, they were a little bit faster than they were in the previous race that he ran. So ran into some much faster fractions than usual. Probably not going to see that here today. Kelly Breen and jockey Nick Juarez have hit at 20% in 50 races together. So they've won 10. And it's a horse that is dropping in class. Last time out ran for a purse of $50,000. This time for 27.5, and has the top pedigree for the distance and surface. Question is the 9-year-old man ready to go? Does he have that? Does he still have it? Unlike me. Number 10, Pricing Experience. Third time off a layoff. I don't care if it's, I don't know. This horse hasn't run a quality start in only one quality start in its last 2 races. Is finished as far as 62 lengths behind the leader. Not my type of horse. If it wins, it wins. You never know. It's at this track. Number 11, Fold Over, is scratched, I think, if I remember correctly. So that runs down the field. Yes, it is scratched. So now it's time to go ahead and make our picks. The way I rank things, the 8-horse came across number 1 across the board. If it were a best bet, so to speak, it would qualify. So for me, the 8 is a best bet on the day. If you're going to do the daily double, maybe you single the 8 and then also maybe put them on top and wheel them in your exactas and trifectas. I'm going to go 8, 7, 9, and 3. We'll see how they line up when they go official. Good luck with your bets. Good luck with the contest. And we'll see you when it's over. Well, that race went. We had the right numbers right there. The 8, the 7, the 9, and the 3. We talked about taking the 8, a best bet, and wheeling it in exactas and in trifectas with the other horses in the picks. And the 3 horse, the longest shot of the picks, actually came through and won, which is a positive. Black Line at 6-1. The payouts aren't available yet. Before we get to the payouts, let's talk a little bit about where we are on the contest. John Laverne, 2-point lead over Onik 12 and Jan Lunny. Jan Lunny always seeming near the top of the leaderboard. I 23, maybe that's Michael Jordan, who knows. Ralph Iniello is 37 points. Joe Handicapper at 37. Those are all the group within 5 points of the leader. Race number 14 coming up with an opportunity for those 5 to have a chance to win $100. Maybe those long shot folks behind might want to use some of their coins to see who John Laverne is playing. You're going to have to go with a long shot and hope that some of the favorites run out of the money so that you can come up and take it like a lot of these closers today. One last thing before we go official here and we get some prices. And normally I bring up a sports pick. There's no bigger sporting event today than the MLS, right? Or the Gold Cup soccer, depending upon what you like. But the NBA championship, right? That's what everybody's looking at. The finals tonight. Done my homework on that game. I like the Suns -3.5. They've dominated at home in the playoffs. The Bucks have not been the same team on the road. So for me, I'm going to go ahead and take the Suns and lay to 3.5. We do got some tickets, some prices out now. The exacta, $2 exacta paid. They changed that screen pretty quick. I think $48, $40 or something along those lines. And then the trifecta, they haven't shown the trifecta for 50 cents, $33.50. Not too bad. All right, folks, we'll see you 10 minutes to post for the final leg of the day, race number 14, a mile and a 16th on the turf. Again, talk about the type of horses that have won at a mile and 16th on the turf, who's going to set the pace, who's going to be charging late, who's got the best speed figures, and who's going to, in my opinion, win the race. We'll see you 10 minutes to post to the nightcap. These days are like roller coasters. You have your highs and your lows from the horses that you've picked. And then, of course, it's like waiting in a line. It feels like forever. And then when you get on the ride, it goes by so fast. So it seems like these days go on and on and on. And then before I know it, they're over. I hope that you enjoyed at least or got some value of all the new information that we brought to you today. It takes a lot of time and energy and effort to go ahead and get all that stuff amassed into one place and then try to kind of, spit it out in a way where I'm not confusing myself or anybody else who's listening. So I hope that you had a great day at the track with your tickets. Let's see if we can go home a winner. We've had the trifecta in the last two. Let's try to make it 3 for 3. So we're talking about 1 mile and a 16th on the turf. Talked about this distance before a few times with the weird start, about 7/8 or 3/4 of the way through the turn. Then they run around the turn, so 2 1/4 turns. What we have found is you either want to be on the front and run so at decent, modest fractions. You can't go out blazing to be on the front, or close. And it looks to me like the closers have been the ones that have had their way on the turf today. Post position doesn't really play a role, it looks like, at 1 mile and a 16th. So I know that you see in the programs that it hits at about 23%, but it's only like 1 or 2 more than other horses have won. It's not really a big advantage in my view. Maybe it's different in your view. So let's take a look at the early pace. It looks to me like the 9 and the 6 are going to get out to the front on their own. And they're going to have the 8, the 2, the 5, and the 3, and the is the second pack, followed by the rest of the field. Coming home down the stretch, you're going to have the 2 with the strongest late pace by far in the field. Well, not by far, but clearly ahead of everybody else. Then the 10, the 9, the 8, and the 1. So you have some outside closers, and then the rail horse. After that, the 5, the 4, the 6, the 3, the other horses are all kind of bunched up together. Won't be really coming that hard at the end. If you're a speed ranking player, it rates out 5, 1, 2, 6, 9, 8, 3, 10, 4. Let's go ahead and take a look at the field, see what we like, and go ahead and, as I said, try to go home a winner with another trifecta if we can. Number 1, Dust in the Wind. All we are is dust in the wind. You didn't know I could sing like that, did you? Neither did I. Dropping in class, $43,000 purse last time out, $19,000 today. That's about the best thing that you can say about him. Right now, 16-1 on the board, was 20-1 morning line. So maybe bettors are taking a little bit more action. Maybe it's just because the 7 horses scratched. Number 2, Lullaby Land, the horse I said would be coming like a truck, third time off a layoff, dropping in class. Trainer Luis Carvajal wins third starts at 22%. Doesn't have too many of them. Only 32 of them on the year, but has done well. Had one previous 3-race cycle down at Tampa. There's that Tampa to Monmouth angle again. Down at Tampa, the third race was a little bit less in terms of speed number than what you saw with the first 2 horse. It did dropping in class here as well from $20,000 purse to 19, so a small drop. Was the favorite last time out. We'll see if Lullaby Land can use that late pace to be a favorite that bounces back after disappointing as the chalk. Number 3, Tap Solo. Guess I'll take a spin off of Han Solo, our friend over there at Triple Crowns, AJ. Tap Solo is a horse that's run 1 quality race in its career, that out of 3 races. That was the last race. Again, Tampa to Monmouth, except we don't expect it to perform that well here. Workouts since the last race in January are only okay, nothing exceptional, so we'll pass. Number 4 is Clover Beach, stepping up a little bit in class. Last race was a disaster. Again, Tampa to Monmouth. We've seen that a lot of times. It has worked. 6 races in its lifetime, and not one of them has been a quality start. The closest it's been to the leader at the wire is 4.5 lengths. Maybe the change of venue will change for that. Workouts have been okay. Nothing special, but really not going to get anywhere. Number 5 right now is the favorite. He is going 9-5. He was 9-2 in the morning line, so bettors are really coming hard on him. Coming in from Parks, 0 for 8 lifetime. last time out, did run one of the better speed figures, was the highest last race speed figure. Actually greater than par for this level. It's turning around pretty quick, ran June 29th, so under 3 weeks. That's usually a sign that the trainer thinks the horse is sharp and ready to go. Was the beaten favorite back then? No, I'm looking at the wrong horse. I'm looking at that's the 6 horse, looking at the 5 horse. So English Channel should be a horse that can do well. 3 consecutive speed figures increases, but I mean, it's gone from bad to medium to good. So maybe the English Charmer will get it done. Again, like the 8 in the last race, when I went through and rated everything, it ranked number 1 across the board. So it would be a best bet in my betting when I were to bet. So I would wheel that horse to 5 again with some of your favorites, put him on the top and put him behind in the exactas and the trifectas. Number 6, Fast Fashion. That horse was the beaten favorite last out. It was in its first start here at Monmouth, ran an even 6. Trainer Michael Denny does bounce back with beaten favorites at 21%. So not bad. Horse hasn't won in 9 races, obviously. Second time off of a layoff. Again, another horse coming in from Tampa. See that angle over and over and over again. Last time out, really took a step back in its second race off a layoff. Number 7 is Scratched. Would have been maybe the favorite. Number 8, Warrior's Blade. Did show a little bit of early pace last time out, so I expect you'll see it try to do the same. 0 for 15. Maybe it improves a little bit since its last race. Hasn't had many listed works. Warrior's Blade will have to show more this time around, although it does have some of the best pedigree, and as I mentioned, can get out of the gate sharply. Number 9 is Wicked Groove. Horse last time out, third time off a layoff. Kind of, we talked a little bit earlier about how I like to see the step ups in the past performance. This one stepped down in past performance. So I don't like to see that, although the fractions were a little bit, not much, just a little bit sharper, but they were much sharper, a second faster at the final 6 furlong time. But he ran about the same time he did the race before. So not a much different there. Although trainer James Fangella Jr. has won 75% of the time going sprint route. I don't know how often he's done that because they haven't made it a little bit of a drop in class here. And number 10 is Rain Out. Rain Out is basically stepping up a little bit in class. Last time out, ran at Tampa. Again, see that second career race for Ray Lerman, who's won 2 of 8 that way. Horse is going to have to show a heck of a lot more. Bettors weren't all that enthusiastic about him down in Tampa, but they are a little bit more enthusiastic about him here. He was 10-1 morning line, catching some money, 5-1 odds cut in half. But those workouts have not been very good. He was 12 of 12 last time out, 21 of 21 before that, 18 of 21. So I'm not seeing a whole lot there, except he does have some of the best late pace figures in the group. And maybe because he's lightly raced, most folks figure they haven't seen the best out of Rain Out. Again, I mentioned the 5 horse would be a best bet under my circumstances. So I'm going to put him on top with the 5, the 2, the 6, and the 8. Let's see if we can go home with the 3rd consecutive trifecta. We'll find out how they line up when it's official. Good luck with your bets. And for those who are still, alive in the contest, good luck. May your horse come home first. That race was kind of interesting. The 2-horse got off to a like quarter horse like start with the 1-horse, banged him and ran him almost into the rail like a NASCAR race from the get go. And then did you see those fractions? They ran like quarter horses, man. 19 and 9, 42 and 40. You believe those numbers? Those horses should think about running in the Breeders' Cup. Trainers, eye out for that. I think maybe the official timekeeper wasn't wearing a Rolex and maybe had fallen asleep there a little bit. Those fractions weren't real. Anyway, the best bet did come through the 5-horse. We had the top 2 in order, 5-2. I was hoping the 6, most or more so the 8, would hang in there to fill out the trifecta, but we'll take the exacta on the way home out the door. Not big exacta, $9.60. Looks like there is a tie at the end of the contest. There is going to be one small caveat in there. We had the 5-horse scratch. Remember the one acting up in the gate that got scratched? I'm not 100% sure that was taken out. Doubtful anybody had the 9-horse as their top pick, but as their alternative pick. But maybe they had the horse that ran second or third. So that'll be checked out once everything is finalized. Take a look at that. The winner will indeed get their money in their account pretty quickly. I want to say thank you to everybody who subscribed today on YouTube. It's much appreciated, and we're young. We're trying to grow. So if you liked what you saw today, please tell your friends about us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, however it is you communicate. TikTok, if you want to make a dance video for us to go watch Horse Racing Radar, hey, do it. Send it to us, and we'll post it on the website. Show it on the live broadcast. Terry and I will be back Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern with the Horse Racing Today. We'll talk about some of the news, probably take a look back on what we saw here at Monmouth, maybe an update on Paco Lopez, see how he's doing, the horse, Midnight Bourbon, and see and what Flavien Prat had to say about maybe the lack of a whip affecting his ability to get Hot Rod Charlie to straighten out. Whatever important news happens along the way for the rest of the weekend and into Monday, we'll cover that. We'll have Terry's top pick. We'll have a pick 4. If there's a particular track that you want us to cover for the pick 4, again, feel free to reach out to us on Twitter, on Facebook. Hit us up at gtsrichb@gmail.com. We'll be more than glad to oblige. Sean and I, if you're into sports betting, every Monday through Friday at 4:30 Eastern at Moneyline Madmen, we make our picks. And on Saturdays, we do it at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern. So it's been a really long day for me. I'm all YouTubed out today. Hope you enjoyed the show. As always, my pleasure to spend Saturday afternoon with you. Hope you did well at the races. And until we see you again, good luck at the races. May all your tickets be winners.